And a very pleasant good afternoon, and welcome to Hardin-Simmons football here on HSUathletics.com. I'm Al Pickett. Along with me, Ty Crane, as the Cowboys play their final non-conference game of the season and their next-to-last home game as they take on Nelson University. It is an overcast day today. We had heavy rain in Abilene yesterday and very foggy this morning. For a while, it looked like it was going to burn off. Now we have cloudy skies, 66 degrees, and wind out of the northwest at 6 to 10 miles an hour as the front has come through. But it ought to be a great day for football. The Cowboys, of course, coming into this, a 6-0 record. They are 3-0 in the American Southwest Conference, ranked number 5 in the American Football Coaches Association poll. Meanwhile, Nelson University, you may know them previously as Southwest Assemblies of God University. Nelson is 1-5. They are an NAI program with scholarships, 1-4 record out of the Sooner Athletic Conference. Cowboys have had great success playing here at Shelton Stadium. They've won 23 straight regular season games, and they've won 18 straight non-conference games at home. Hardin-Simmons is playing a scholarship school for the 20th time since joining Division III in 1996, and they're looking for their 14th straight win against schools that offer athletic scholarships. After this game, it'll be, of course, the final three games of the American Southwest Conference. Howard Payne and Mary Hardin-Baylor on the road, and then final home game on November the 15th against East Texas Baptist. On the pregame show today, we'll be talking with Hardin-Simmons coach Jesse Burleson. We also have a player profile with offensive guard Bodie Walters, so that'll all be coming up on our pregame. When we come back after that, of course, we'll have introduction of the lineups and a look at today's game between Nelson and Hardin-Simmons. So it is Cowboy football here on HSUathletics.com. Thanks for joining us, and settle back. We ought to be a great day of football here at Shelton Stadium. Coming up next now, it'll be the Hardin-Simmons Coaches Show with head coach Jesse Burleson. Well, welcome to the Hardin-Simmons Coaches Show with Coach Jesse Burleson. I'm Al Pickett as the Cowboys get ready to take on Nelson University. We'll talk more about that in a moment, but last week moved the record to 6-0, 3-0 in the conference with a 34-16 win over East Texas Baptist. Coach, several things to cover in that game. First of all, you want to get off to a fast start. How about an 80-yard touchdown pass to Chris Sims on the first play of the game? That's a fast start.
You can't get much faster than that. And it was actually Coach Whitehead. He came in last the Monday before, and he drew it up, and he said, "I think this is going to be there." And then he told the team on Saturday morning before we made it, he goes, "This is exactly what's going to happen." And it was exactly like he said it was going to be. So that was pretty good play design and great execution. That was a great start.
What a strange game in many ways. I'm going to take you through several things. First of all, you're up 14-7. They're driving to try to tie it up right before halftime, and Harrison Foster, for the second week in a row, intercepts the pass, returns it 97 yards for a touchdown. And then they block the extra point and return it the other way for 2 points. So in 3 seconds to go, you went from 14-7 ahead to 20-9. What a strange set of circumstances. Yeah,
we really liked the first part of the circumstance, and then just a little bit of lack of focus on the extra point there, and just didn't quite execute. And they have a really, really good player, number 11, who's about 6'7", 6'8", and so he just got a hand on the ball, and then after that the angles were not good to be able to catch that guy. So you hated that part of it, but the 97-yard pick six by Harrison, man, that was a great play, and that was a huge play in the game.
What a remarkable thing. 2 weeks in a row, he's had a pick six.
Yeah, if we can keep that going, that'd definitely be a good thing. We would all be in favor of that.
Then you sit through a lightning delay in the third quarter. It brought me back memories of time we went to Louisiana College and never got the second half played at all, or the home game against Howard Payne one year. I think you were here when 1 o'clock kickoff. I think we kicked off at 7 o'clock at night. That was a wild, crazy game.
Yep, and then had another delay and then finished that game till almost midnight. And the Louisiana College game, I was an assistant then, and I was handling all the travel and meals and everything. That was a really fun night. Coach Keelan was not happy with me, and I was like, I have no idea what to do. I can't get us out there to play or anything. We didn't even get to finish that one, but at least we got to finish the Howard Payne one for sure.
Well, and then you do get a pair of touchdowns from Ty Thompson, and then your defense pitches a shutout in the second half. Their only score was a fumble return. So defense really, 16 points they scored, but the defense only gave up 7.
Yeah, and unfortunately we had a chance to make a play on the 7 that we gave up, and we just didn't quite make the tackle there. Then 2 guys kind of got bumped into each other. It was just one of those, again, a strange play that happened in the game. But I thought our defense played excellent, and we had adjustments for everything, and we just had to make a few plays whenever we needed to. We definitely did that.
Who else you want to single out that really played well in the ball game?
There's several guys in that game, but I think Bodie Walters, who I think actually did the interview today, played just lights out. I mean, he was a dominant force in the middle there. Most people aren't going to notice when the guard has a great game. They don't notice those things, but he played really, really well. And then I thought, defensively, we just had, it's kind of the same thing. Caden Stuckey, he just kind of makes plays in the middle of that defense. But Hayden Hayes had a great game, had, I think, 2.5 sacks, a couple more tackles on that, so just several guys being able to step up and make plays when we needed them.
So you had 3 sacks and an interception, so you got pressure on the quarterback.
That was a big part of the goal, and I think, I don't know, I'm not sure how many times we actually hit him, but it was quite a few, and so that, you always want to try to affect the quarterback.
You take on Nelson University, and probably a lot of people watching this are going, where's Nelson University? It used to be Southwest Assemblies of God. They changed their name. I can remember us playing in Waxahachie one time. So you've played them at least one time in the past, haven't you?
We have, yep. And it was kind of funny, too, because whenever I told, several people, they were like, we've never heard of them. I'm like, it was Sagu. They're like, oh, okay, got it now. So, yeah, it's kind of the same thing. But NAIA program, they're in that center conference, so they play really good competition. We played Louisiana Christian, and that's in that same conference, and Texas Wesleyan, different teams like that. So I think everybody would be more familiar than what they think of just because of the name change. They may not have known that.
I believe they're 1-4 right now, and you have one common opponent in Louisiana Christian.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because if you look at that team, sometimes if you look at records before you watch the film, you kind of have an expectation of what it should look like, and they don't fit the expectation. I mean, they play really, really hard. I've been very impressed with their effort, and they have some really good players. I mean, they fit the mold, and so I think that I think the record's a little deceiving in the kind of football team they have.
I saw a stat, and it's been a couple of weeks ago, but it had a listing of the top 12 passing quarterbacks at that point in Texas, all classifications. And, of course, Kyle Brown of your team was in that list, but also the Nelson University quarterback was in that. So, obviously, they throw the ball well. Yeah,
I mean, they've got talent, and he's a big kid. I mean, I think he's 6'5" or 6'6", and he can really sling it. And they've been again. I don't think the record's indicative of the kind of team and they've had. I think they just had some bad breaks here and there. So we're going to have to be very, very well prepared.
Last non-conference game before you play the last 3 conference games. The approach any different for this?
No, it's actually we've wrapped some things up. I mean, it's as you get to that point, whenever you're looking at where you need to go as a team. I mean, I think if you don't do anything other than try to improve every aspect of it, then you're selling your program short. And so we've added a few incentives into this week, some maybe a little more attention to detail. Obviously schematically you got to do the things you need to do, but we're really hammering home the tiny details because that's what's going to be the difference moving forward.
4 teams out of 49 who play football in Texas from junior college through Division I are still undefeated. You're one of the 4. It's been a great run so far, but obviously your goals are still up ahead, have you?
Oh, they're all still in front of us. We've, it's kind of our guys know. I say, what have we accomplished this week? Absolutely nothing. Last week was last week. The only thing you can do from it is learn and move on, and it's not going to do anything this week. So the focus is on where we go from here.
And finally, keys against Nelson.
It's exactly what we just said. I mean, if we think that anything's going to just happen because of something we've done in the past, and we're dead wrong. And I think our guys are mature enough to do that. The approach has been great this week so far. We've had a really good day yesterday, and obviously got to have a great one today. But I think the big thing is these guys understand that everything that we want is still out there. But we've got to go make it happen, and it's going to be all about us this week.
Good luck this week.
Thanks, Al. Appreciate it.
Jesse Burleson, that's the Hardin-Simmons Coaches Show. Back with more after we take this time out. It's time now for our player profiles. We talked to Hardin-Simmons student-athlete today, senior offensive lineman Bodie Walters from Marion. Bodie, as we were talking about, just how things have gone so far, and what a weird game last week against East Texas Baptist was. Rain delay, because it's just a game of unusual plays, wasn't it?
Yeah. But it was a lot of fun. Definitely a great opportunity for us to grow as a team and everything, get closer through the rain delay and all that kind of stuff. So.
Take me through you as kind of typical coming out of a 3A school, Marion. You play the Devo squad as a freshman, start the final 2 games as a sophomore, now started every game since then. Talk about the development of you as an offensive lineman during that time. How's changed from high school to now a senior in college?
Yeah. Definitely I needed that Devo year. Coming out of 3A football.
Did you know it going in?
No, what? Like the Devo stuff?
Know that you needed it.
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely. Yes, no, I definitely needed it and everything. Coming from 3A football, it's you play a lot less competition and everything, and then coming here, I see everybody's massive. I'm like, oh my gosh, And no, it was a great opportunity for the Devo squad for me to go and grow as a player, grow as a person, and all that kind of stuff, and develop into who I am now. So.
When we talk to quarterbacks or receivers, running backs, we talk about stats and all that. Where do you get your satisfaction as an offensive lineman?
Some Coach B calls will breakers. So it's just when you put someone else on their back. Yeah, and that's so if you drive them on a deuce block or something like that and put them in the dirt. So, yes, sir.
What's the hardest for you to compete against? A really quick guy that's smaller or a great big guy?
Quick guys that are smaller. So if they're bigger, it's a lot better. So, yeah. When they're skinny and fast, it's a little harder. So,
can you pick out a highlight play of your career that would stand out to you?
There was one, I want to say it was Austin College my sophomore year, and it was just one that was just fun. It was a screen out to the left, and I was basically racing Taylon Garrett and everything down the sideline, and it was just fun. I didn't even hit anybody, but it was just a cool play. That was really fun to do. So,
how did you end up choosing Hardin-Simmons?
So I had gone and had a bunch of different other offers and everything, and I went and did those. It didn't feel that cool or anything. I was like, big stadium, great. Came here, they knew my name, they knew my mom's name, they knew my stepdad's name, everything. It just felt more like home. I came here, campus was awesome, and I was very, very happy. So
I did a little research. Your mom played softball at Texas Lutheran.
Yes.
So was there any push to try to get you to go there?
Not exactly. We talked to him a little bit, but we knew it was like, get away from home a little bit. Push a little. I'm close enough here, 4.5 hours away. I can still come home on a weekend, but at the same time, gets me that independence, allows me to go out and develop as myself. So.
How did what are you majoring in, and do you graduate this spring?
Yes, sir. I'll graduate in the spring. So I'm a history education and a special education minor and everything. So I'll be a teacher and coach.
Teacher and coach.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
What's the goals for you for the rest of the year?
So the goals this year, obviously, we want to win a national championship, but first you got to win a playoff game. First we got to finish the season. Right now we got this next week coming up. Can't look over it. Week after that, can't look over that. Everything, and just have to take it step by step. So.
Well, it is fun to watch you guys, and I admire the offensive linemen. You guys are in the trenches doing the dirty work,
yes,
and sometimes you don't get the publicity, but when the offensive line does its job, everything else goes well.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Congratulations on the season so far, and good luck the rest of the way.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Bodie Walters, offensive lineman, a senior from Marion, Texas, and we'll continue with more after we take this time out.
Hardin-Simmons University recognizes HSU Cowboy football legend Ed Sprinkle. We honor Ed Sprinkle, who was posthumously inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 2021. Sprinkle was born in Bradshaw, Texas. In 1941, Sprinkle joined the HSU Cowboy football program that was already established as one of the best in the Southwest. Sprinkle anchored an offensive line which allowed the HSU Cowboys to showcase the passing talent of quarterback Murray Evans, who was an all-border conference selection. The Cowboys defeated Arizona State, Louisiana Tech, and West Texas State as they were border conference co-champions. The next season in 1942, Sprinkle and the HSU Cowboys continued their offensive mastery as they led the nation in rushing, while averaging over 300 yards per game. HSU defeated Baylor and SMU as they finished the year ranked 24th in the nation, with a record of 9 wins, 1 loss, and 1 tie. The HSU Cowboys would later play in the Sun Bowl. Ironically, it was another HSU Cowboy, Clyde Bulldog Turner, who urged Sprinkle to try out for the National Football League Chicago Bears. Turner had coached Sprinkle when the two were together at Hardin-Simmons University. Sprinkle played the entire 12-season NFL career with the Bears from 1944 to 1955, helping them win the league championship in 1946. He was voted to 4 Pro Bowls and was named to the NFL's All-Decade Team for the 1940s. Hardin-Simmons University commemorates the legacy of Ed Sprinkle and his contributions to not only HSU, but also to the National Football League. We honor the leadership of an individual like Ed Sprinkle, who showed our campus and the nation HSU Cowboys persevere and succeed.
And welcome back to the pregame show here from Shelton Stadium on HSUathletics.com. Our thanks to Coach Jesse Burleson, offensive lineman Bodie Walters, and always great to see the feature on Ed Sprinkle. George Hallis called him the meanest man in the NFL back, and he played for 11 years for the Bears and now a member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I'm Al Pickett, along with me, Ty Crane, as the Cowboys get ready to take on Nelson University. And we talked about it in the coaches show with Coach Burleson, but probably a good way to remind everybody. The first question people have is, who is Nelson University? And the answer is, it used to be Southwest Assemblies, SAGU as everybody called it, Southwest Assemblies of God University. They changed their name a year ago. These two teams, Hardin-Simmons and SAGU, played back in 2016. I did that game for the high school stadium in Waxahachie, but now the first time they've played each other is Nelson versus Hardin-Simmons. Nelson is an NAI school with scholarships in the Sooner Athletic Conference. The two teams have one common opponent this year. That's Louisiana Christian. Hardin-Simmons back on September the 20th beat the Wildcats, Louisiana Christian, 52-17 last week. Nelson lost to Louisiana Christian 38-6. So Nelson comes in with a 1-5 record, and they are 1-4 in the Sooner Athletic Conference. Hardin-Simmons 6-0 overall, ranked number 5 in the American Football Coaches Association poll, number 6 in the D3Football.com poll, and of course looking for a third straight American Southwest Conference championship, currently 3-0 in the conference. Ty, is one thing we want to talk about before we get into the starting lineups is how well the Hardin-Simmons defense has played so far this season.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal Hardin-Simmons defense that you kind of see year in, year out. This is a defense that Jesse Burleson has always just been counting on, especially with the late Zach Wilkerson. Now Craig Neese coming in last year, and now it's just a defense that you've always just seen. This has been always dominant, and this is a defense this year that has not allowed a score of any kind on an opening drive of the second half. Not allowed a single score on an opening drive of that second half in 27 straight games, and so you see this type of defense. You're being able to being able to be dominant from the start to the get-go, and opening the season, it was to the point that there was no score on the first drive of the first half, and the second drive, or the first drive of the second half. So this is a very dominant defense led by a transfer from UNT, Cade Sink, who has had 44 tackles, 6.5 tackles for loss this year, and also followed by Harrison Foster, who has had 40 tackles in the past 2 games. We got to call one that we got to see on pick 6 from UMHB, return one, and then also last week, who also had now, I guess, is in the record book for the longest
97 yards.
97 yards. And so one of those guys from Sweetwater, in which I like to harp on those Sweetwater guys being from Sweetwater. But this is a dominant defense who is, every level, from the defensive line to secondary to linebackers, safety, everybody from it. It's a very sound defense who is always going to be very dominant from the very get-go.
Well, let's give you a couple of numbers. In 4 of the 6 games, the Cowboy defense has given up less than 300 yards, that including 3 straight games. They've also given up less than 200 yards passing in 4 of those 6 games, and 2 performances with 100 yards or less through the air. In college football today, if you hold somebody under 300, they held Mary Hardin-Baylor under 200 yards total offense. That's phenomenal, and opponents are only converting on 33% of third down tries against that Hardin-Simmons defense. So it has been very, very impressive what the defense and defensive coordinator Craig Neese has done. Well, coming up, we're going to have the introduction of the Hardin-Simmons offenses and defense, and we'll continue more with the pregame as you're watching Cowboy football here on HSUathletics.com.
Hayden Hayes, Royce City, Texas. Defensive end, Caden Sampson Stuckey, Grand Prairie, Texas. Defensive tackle, Christian Ash, Crowley, Texas. Defensive line, Caden Roden, Quinlan, Texas. Linebacker, Cade Sink, Houston, Texas. Linebacker, Matt Pascuzzi, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Linebacker, Keon House, Fort Worth, Texas. Cornerback, Harrison Foster, Sweetwater, Texas. Safety, Micah Henderson, Waco, Texas. Safety, Mike Akinbisola, Houston, Texas. Safety, Colin Hill, Lorena, Texas. Cornerback, Caden Turner, San Antonio, Texas. Punter, Cade Smiley, Plano, Texas. Long snapper, Caleb Williams, Pottsboro, Texas. Long snapper. Kyle Brown, Cedar Park, Texas. Quarterback, Noah Garcia, Abilene, Texas. Running back, Chris Sims, Arlington, Texas. Wide receiver, Wes Douglas, Plano, Texas. Slot, Dozie Ifadi, Tyler, Texas. Wide receiver, Mike McAfee, Hallettsville, Texas. Tackle, Garrett Tittle, Caldwell, Texas. Guard, Hayden Philpott, Decatur, Texas. Center, Bodie Walters, Marion, Texas. Guard, Jackson Lunsford, Abilene, Texas. Tackle, Braylon Henry, Lorena, Texas. Running back, Pedro Altamirano, Abilene, Texas. Kicker,
And there you met the Hardin-Simmons starting offense and defense. One potential change. They've had a little bit of a flu bug going through the team. It always happens this time of year. Keon House, the starting quarterback, he might not be starting. If he doesn't go, Tate Butcher will get a start at his place. We'll have to keep an eye on to see if anybody else will be out potentially in the ball game. Let's meet the Nelson starting lineup. When the Lions have the football, they're led by the quarterback, Judah Holtzclaw. He's a sophomore from Westerville, Ohio, and he is a dual threat quarterback. He has thrown for 1,200 yards this season. He's also rushed for 345, and Ty, that's a little bit of a misnomer. I mean, he's rushed for 191, but he has 345 rushing. He's been sacked a number of times, so he certainly is somebody the Cowboys are going to have to keep close times on, and probably a key in the game is how much pressure they can get on Holtzclaw. The running back is Quentin Jones, a sophomore from Houston. The wide receivers, Deontay Sonier, along with B.J. Clark and Zach Fuller. And on the offensive line, Juan Nevis is the center. The guards are Nathaniel Surley and A.J. Shields. The tackles, Jacob Castoria and Caden Grayson. And the tight end is Dylan Lampier. That's your offense for the Nelson Lions, and they are under a second-year head coach, Jared Hutchins. When the Lions are on defense, the defensive ends on a three-man front is Ignacio Ceja and Tyree Gordon. The nose tackle is Tylen Hughes. The linebackers in their 3-4 alignment, Justin Collins, Ronnie Murphy, Jonathan Bloom, and Dalton Esperanza. And then the cornerbacks are Eamon White and Trayshawn Ware. The safeties, Jordan Walker and Noah Cochran. I noticed earlier in the game that offensive coordinator Jeff Whitehead, who always joins us in the postgame, went down and gave a hug to the kicker from Nelson, and that's because his name is Cade Whitehead. I think it's a cousin. I'm not sure. We'll have to find out exactly what relation. But so there is a Whitehead on both sides of the lineup today. And of course, Jeff Whitehead will join us in the post game after the conclusion of the ball game. Well, as we take a look at this one, I mean, we talked about the defense and how impressive they have been. Another thing that impresses me so far, Ty, is Kyle Brown at quarterback. How efficient! 66% of his completions. He is thrown for 1,397 yards, 13 touchdowns, and 1 interception. They're just not turning the ball over. and that's certainly been a part of the secret to their success.
It really has. This is a Kyle Brown that we have got to see over the past couple of years. He has 36 career touchdowns, and like you said, he's 97 of 147 with one interception this year, 1,300, over 1,300, nearly 1,400 yards this year, 13 touchdowns. He's averaging every bit of 232 yards per game over through the air. But the thing is another guy that to look forward to in this game, probably later on in this second half, is Ty Thompson, a guy that's going to come in, probably be utilized in that shorter yardage range in this first half, but probably be that quarterback in the second half of this game, or later on in the fourth quarter, just to kind of like conserve Kyle Brown a little bit. But Kyle Brown, just a phenomenal quarterback, just through the air, on the ground, and what an amazing guy.
I love the notes that Sports Information Director Chad Grubbs puts together for us, and the little headline on Ty Thompson was Touchdown Ty. He's run the ball 31 times so far this season, the freshman from Graham, and he scored 5 touchdowns. He's been pretty efficient.
Yeah, this Ty Thompson, he's already had 5 touchdowns rushing on the year, 192 yards rushing. Either he has scored a touchdown or either got a first down or both on 18 of 31 of his rushes. So Ty Thompson, what a guy to look forward to.
The Cowboys will be wearing their purple jerseys today. Last week, or 2 weeks ago, it was the all-black look when they played Mary Hardin-Baylor. Today, it is purple. So the Cowboys are in purple jerseys, white helmets, white pants. And Nelson University, the Lions, will be in purple pants, white jerseys, and purple helmets. So it may be a little confusing as we look out there. It's all purple and white today on the field at Shelton Stadium.
And that's a beautiful thing to see, is a lot of purple on the field. What a great thing, especially right now. 63 degrees right now, a little bit of slight wind out of the north end zone. What a beautiful day, slightly cloudy, but what a great day for some football.
It is a great day for football. Again, we are overcast today, and again, the front has kind of come through, and so the wind is out of the northwest, but it's really actually an ideal day for football. Cowboys, how consistent have they been? They've had winning records in 33 of the last 34 seasons, including 12 straight years. The only time Hardin-Simmons didn't have a winning record in that stretch is when they went 4-6 in 2013. They had the 4th longest regular season winning streak in the country in all levels of NCAA. Division III power Mount Union has won 80 regular season games in a row. North Central, the defending champion, 52 in a row. Kuhnstown, 24, then Hardin-Simmons, 23 in a row. We're getting ready for the invocation and the playing of our national anthem, so we'll pick up public address announcer Dr. Larry McGraw.
Our invocation will be spoken.
And our invocation today will be spoken by the student body chaplain at Hardin-Simmons University. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Hallie Bruntmeyer.
Please bow your heads with me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts, thanking you for the gift of this day, for the refreshing rain last night, and for the opportunity to gather as a community to celebrate the talents and hard work of our athletes. Lord, we ask for your protection over both teams today, our team and Nelson, keeping each player safe from injury and harm. Grant them strength, focus, and endurance as they compete, and guide their hearts towards sportsmanship, integrity, and respect for one another. May every play, every tackle, and every cheer reflect your glory and honor. Father, remind us that this game is not just about winning or losing, but about glorifying you through our actions, our attitudes, and our unity as a community. May the example set on this field inspire others to seek you in all they do. Thank you for your unfailing mercy, your faithfulness, and for the second chances you graciously give us each day. Most of all, we thank you for your unconditional love shown to us through Jesus' sacrifice on the cross. Father, we thank you for safe travels here and ask for safe travels as we leave Shelton today. It is in the mighty name of Jesus that we pray. Amen.
Our national anthem is played by the world-famous Cowboy Band as we get ready for Hardin-Simmons against Nelson University. The Cowboys and the Lions getting ready to battle here at Shelton Stadium. Al Pickett along with Ty Crane as we get ready for this one. Keys, what do you see as keys, Ty?
Well, coming into this game, I really thought we were going to have a little wet game, Al, but this looks like the forecast is going to stay out of it. But one of the things is carry this momentum. Is Hardin-Simmons is coming into this game with a lot of momentum, 6-0 on the season, and just this defense just continuing to roll. But the thing is, coming into this game, I think your defense is going to have to continue to play lights out, to let your offense build that momentum kind of going into this next phase of the season. With you got East Texas Baptist, you got Mary Hardin Baylor, you got the rest of the schedule coming in. Let this team continue to develop over through this game. Let the younger guys continue to build on it and just continue to go on throughout it.
Well, you said we look like we're going to be a dry day, and I think we are, although we are overcast. We had a lot of rain in Abilene last night, and so the turf is likely to be a little bit wet. I bet they'll be changing the football quite often, even though we're not raining. And this is the first game at home this year after it's our 5th home game that is not 90 degrees or better. We actually have a football day weather.
I was about to say, you have, like you said, it's overclouded today, but like you said, you might have a little wet-filled turf. And so that ball security on offense, but also on defense, just kind of keeping your legs underneath them and just continue this momentum throughout the game.
Well, we're having the coin toss, and it looks like that Nelson University has won the toss, and the Lions have elected to defer to the second half. And so the Cowboys will be receiving, and it looks like that Nelson will kick with that northwest wind at its back. And again, it's only a 6 to 10 mile an hour. You can see the flags in the southeast corner of Shelton Stadium flapping around. What do you say, 8 miles an hour right now? So it was 6 before the game started. So 8 to 10 miles an hour, I think. So I don't think it's going to be that much of a factor. So the Cowboys will be receiving. And, of course, we expect going back deep, probably Noah Garcia along with Guy Powell. Let's see, wait till they take the field. As kicking off for Nelson will be Cade Whitehead. He is a freshman out of Stephenville. So we're glad you joined us. Our officials today, the head referee Eric Stern, umpire Preston Taylor, head linesman Nicholas Godfrey. Line judge is Josh Hale, field judge George Bell. Andre Molinax is the side judge. The back judge is Scott Kramer. And Fernando Perez is the center judge on this 7-man crew. Noah Garcia will go deep. Two up men in front of him, that is Guy Powell and Rodney Hall. Again, the Cowboys in the purple jerseys, the white helmets, white pants, and Nelson in the white jerseys with purple pants and purple helmets.
A little flip-flop.
So Cade Whitehead ready to kick it off from the north 35-yard line. Standing on his own 1-yard line is Garcia. Here's the kick, and Garcia will watch this one sail out of the back of the end zone for a touchback, and so the Cowboys will start at the 25-yard line. Kyle Brown, the quarterback. Noah Garcia, Braylon Henry will both be at running backs at various times. We'll see. We've heard inkling that they might start with Garcia in the slot and Braylon Henry in the backfield. Chris Sims, Wes Douglas, Dozie Ifeadi are the wide receivers. Chris Woodley getting his first start in place of Christian Marshall at tight end. Christian nursing an injury. It is Braylon Henry at the running back right now with Garcia set in the slot to the left. Back to pass goes Brown. He fires out. It is complete to Garcia. Garcia at the 40, driven out of bounds on the Hardin-Simmons sideline. It is a first down, so our little mouse that told us what the first play was going to be was exactly right. The pass to Noah Garcia in the slot, and he gets it to the 43-yard line, so that's an 18-yard pickup on first down.
Yeah, Noah was able to slip away there and be able to get some open yardage there.
Noah goes back into the running back position now. And a quick swing pass comes out to Wes Douglas. Douglas at the 45, slips away from one man and driven out of bounds on the far sideline. They say he stepped out of bounds, waiting for them to spot it. Looks like it's another first down. as they move the football to the Nelson 40. Nope, they push it back down to the 49-yard line. So it's a 8-yard gain, make it 2nd down and 2. They are across midfield, the Cowboys, now at the 49-yard line of the Lions. Ifeadi is split out wide to the right. 2 receivers to the left, Douglas and Sims. Brown back to pass, and he throws down, and it is caught. Ifeadi making a nice catch there. He may have got away with a little push-off, but Ifeadi with the catch and out of bounds at the 35-yard line. So it's another 14-yard gain. The Cowboys have run 3 plays and have 3 first downs.
Yeah, it looks like Dozie got a little away from a push-off there against Eamon White, but able to pick up the first down.
Douglas goes in motion. Brown back to pass. They throw a screen pass back to the left side to Garcia. Garcia trying to turn the corner, and he will be pushed out of bounds after a short gain. Again, they float everything to the right through the screen back to the left to Garcia. They say he stepped out of bounds at about the 31-yard line, make it the 30-yard line where they mark it. So a pickup of 5 yards. It'll bring up 2nd down and 5 for the Cowboys.
Yeah, right there. You want the left side of that line to be able to sell that screenplay a little bit longer, but way to pick up a 5-yard gain there.
First 4 plays for the Cowboys have all been pass plays. This time, for the first time, they give on the run to Garcia. Garcia trying to break it to the outside, and he'll be pushed back. Kept waiting for the opportunity to cut it to the outside, and it never came. He's pushed back by a whole host of defensive players for Nelson. Leading the way was Amin White, a defensive back. It's actually a loss of 1 back to the 31 for Garcia, so it brings up 3rd down and 6 now for the Cowboys. Brown out of the shotgun. Now looks back to the sideline for the play call. Douglas and Sims are out wide to the left. Ifeadi, the receiver, to the right. Brown takes a snap. Play action fake. Passes out. It is caught, I think, by nearly, no, it is picked off. It is picked off. Sims had it in his hand and it is stolen away from him by Jordan Walker. Walker with a great defensive play. They both came down with the ball, and Walker ripped it away from Sims. Only the 2nd interception thrown by Kyle Brown this season.
Yeah, Kyle Brown right there. That was a little 50-50 shot there, just throwing that right there in his hands. But just being able to get Walker there, getting his hands on it, that'll be Kyle Brown's 2nd interception on the season.
So it'll be the Lions with the ball for the first time. They take over the 21-yard line. Holtzclaw, the quarterback, he'll give up the middle to Jones, and Jones plows his way forward for about 3 yards to the 24-yard line.
Looks like Hayden Hayes there, the first initial tackle there.
Hayden Hayes, Caden Sampson-Stuckey, Christian Ash getting a start, the sophomore from Crowley at the defensive end. The linebackers, Cade Sink, Caden Roden, and Matt Pascucci.
Hayden Hayes coming in for Mark Champion, who was injured a couple games ago. Hayden Hayes just being able to come in and making a big stop there for Hardin-Simmons.
Tate Butcher is getting the start for Keon House at a cornerback position. Quick swing pass comes out to the left, and a short gain out to about the 28. Looked like they pick up about 3 more yards.
There's a flag on the field.
Pass play was good to Kobe Jeter. B.J. Clark, 14, not 44. There is a flag back in the backfield. The rest of the secondary for the Cowboys.
Offense number
Harrison
10.
Foster, Micah
penalty.
Henderson,
First
Mike
down.
Akabensola, and as I mentioned, Tate Butcher, along with Colin
Correction.
Hill at the
The
quarterback.
enforcer was halfway to the goal line. Still 2nd down.
So half the distance to the goal. I was looking down. Was that a hold?
It was a holding call.
Okay, so they move it back to the 12-yard line. So now it'll be 2nd down over, but 2nd down and about 18 needed for a first down. Quentin Jones set to the right of Holtzclaw, the quarterback. The handoff goes to Jones up the middle. He is stacked up for very little gain. Good job at the interior of the Cowboy defense. Coming off the bottom of the pile was Matt Pascucci. Caden Roden also in there, the linebackers combining. Checking into the Hardin-Simmons lineup now is Larry Smith-Bell, who's kind of been a key pass rusher for the Cowboys as he comes in replacing Caden Sampson-Stuckey, who's more of the stop the run up the middle kind of guy. That was a gain of 2 yards to the 14, so it brings up 3rd down and 16 now for Nelson University.
This is Quentin Jones, a running back that has come in here averaging about 9 yards per carry. And so we'll see how he continues to go against this dominant Hardin-Simmons defense.
5 wide receivers, empty backfield for Holtzclaw, and now
delay a game.
So Nelson taking too long in getting the lineup in as they made a change and were shifting with an extra wide receiver in. So the 5-yard walk-off takes it back to the 9-yard line. And the Lions now will face a 3rd and long, 3rd and 22. The Cowboys have a chance to get a stop and get great field position right here. Again, it's an empty backfield, 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Back to pass, Holtzclaw. He throws, and it is caught and tackled immediately. Up to make the stop for Hardin-Simmons was cornerback Colin Hill. So a pass completed up to about the 24-yard line. So it's a 15-yard gain, but still brings up 4th down and 7. And it looks like right now that Nelson may go for it, unless they're going to quick kick out of it. It is a quick kick. Cowboys had nobody back, and Holtzclaw, the quarterback, with the punt, and he gets a great roll and all the way down to the 22-yard line. So that was a 54-yard punt with no return because the Cowboys didn't send anybody back as they were lined up in a regular formation. So the Cowboys will take over their second possession after they threw an interception on their first possession, but the streak continues, not allowing the opponent to score on the opening possession of the game. So Cowboys went to the air on all but one play on their opening possession, 3 straight first downs, and then an interception on a 3rd down pass on a great defensive play by Jordan Walker as he stripped it away from Chris Sims. Cowboys on first down, give to Garcia. Garcia trying to turn upfield, and he is stacked up for very little gain. Tackle made by Jonathan Bloom, a linebacker for Nelson. Officially, it'll be no gain on the play, brings up 2nd down and 10. So the Lions really stacking it up inside, trying to contain Garcia. Let's see the Cowboys go to the air. Back to pass goes Brown on 2nd down. Flushed out of the pocket, and he will be tripped up. He fumbled on the play, but I think he recovered it himself. So a sack.
Yeah, it looked like maybe Micah Smith there just being able to come in and getting some pressure on that right side of the line, getting through and getting a nice little tackle or sack there against Kyle Brown.
Nice ankle tackle, and it's all the way back to the 14, a loss of 8. So it's 3rd down and 18 now for the Cowboys from their own 14. No score in the game. And there was movement. One of the linemen for the Lions jumped, but then that caused one of the Cowboys, the right guard, to flinch. So who's going to be the guilty party?
Yeah, it looked like he flinched a little bit. That drawed looked like Garrett Tittle there for the approachment there.
So it probably will be a 5-yard walk-off against Hardin-Simmons unless they say he was drawn off, and they are going to say it's against
Still
Nelson.
3rd down.
So a 5-yard penalty will make us still 3rd and long, but a little bit shorter as it moves it up to the 18-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 14 now for the Cowboys. Braylon Henry is checked in at a running back. That means Garcia has moved out to a slot as the Cowboys go with 4 wide receivers. 8:53 to go here in the scoreless first quarter. Brown back to pass. Here comes the blitz. He slips away from one man, scrambling, and finally just throws it out of bounds. Could not find anybody open. Good pressure put on by the Nelson defense, and the Cowboys will have to punt it away.
Yeah, this Nelson defense just being able to load this box up. Plenty of guys in the box, getting some pressure on this offensive line on Kyle Brown. Right there, just being able to get Kyle Brown to throw that away and set up the 4th and long here to punt this one away.
So Caden Turner will come in to punt for the Cowboys. He's averaging over 42 yards per punt this season. Gets a good snap, and he booms a high, spiraling kick. This will be fielded at the 37-yard line and tackled immediately. Good job by the Cowboy defense downfield.
That looked like Brady McClure just being able to get downfield and making a great open field tackle there.
I believe Tate Butcher was also in on the play to help out there. Good job by the defense. That was no return. The punt was good for, 32 and 13, so about a 45-yard punt, just over his average. Came in averaging over 42 yards per punt. So the second possession of the game for Nelson University. Holtzclaw will give to Jones. Jones looking to get some running room. Slips away from one man, but won't slip away from Tate Butcher. Butcher comes up from the corner. Who got that first
look?
Like
Mike Aiken-Solo coming down from the safety position, just being able to get that first initial touch on him, being able to slow him down a little bit. Just only a 2-yard gain there.
2-yard gain to the 39. That was a stretch play where they kind of looked like an option, but then the handoff and trying to get wide. But good job by the linebackers and the quarterback for the Cowboys. 2nd down and 8 coming up from the 39-yard line. The Lions with the ball. Jones is set behind Holtzclaw. Now he'll shift to his right. The give it again is to Jones. Jones turns up and makes about a 5-yard gain before he is brought down.
One thing about this,
Cade Sink among those in on the tackle.
One thing about this Nelson offense right here, they're able to get some push on the up front, being able to get this offense rolling a little bit. Just getting able to get that push, like I said, on the defensive line and get them downfield.
Well, Jones came into this game with 312 yards, averaging nearly 9 yards a carry. So you can see he's a good, strong back. 3rd and 3 coming up from the 44-yard line. Everybody in tight. Holtzclaw, quick pass is out. It is incomplete. They had everybody in tight and then tried to throw to the only man they had split out, Zach Fuller, but the pass a little bit wide, incomplete. So it'll be 4th down for the Lions, and looks like Holtzclaw will stay in to punt it away. Robert Alvarez is listed as the punter on the 2 deep. He's in the shotgun, so they can throw out of this in addition to punt. They will punt, and this time the Cowboys do send a man back, and this one will bounce out of bounds. No return on the play, as back deep was Micah Henderson for the Cowboys. They say it went out of bounds at the 15-yard line, so the Lions electing to play field position football. And the Cowboys will start at the 15-yard line. No score so far. 6:55 left to play here in the first quarter.
And one thing to note, this is a Hardin-Simmons offense that loves to just throw the ball downfield and kind of get some yards. But right now, this is a Hardin-Simmons offense they've only rushed it 3 times for a negative 10 yards. So it's time to get the running back game downfield and get some yardage.
Garcia set behind the quarterback Brown. Play action. Quick pass comes out to Ifeadi. Ifeadi makes one man miss, gets it out to the 20-yard line, and then he's gang tackled at the 20 after a 5-yard pickup. You kind of get a feeling the way they're jamming the box right now, Ty, that the Cowboys are going to have to go with the short passes right now and see if they can pick their way out with and try to loosen up that defense a little bit.
It was kind of like that UMHB game, just being able to pick up some short yardage, and this is what you kind of have to look forward to this Nelson defense, who has been able to bring some pressure. It's time to hit those short yardage routes.
So to bring up 2nd down and 5 for the Cowboys, 6:18 to go first quarter. Brown, another quick swing pass comes out. This time is to Sims. Sims spins away from one man, and he is gang tackled again. Leading the way was Rodney Murphy, the defensive back. It's only about a 1-yard pickup. One of the Cowboys losing his helmet on the play. That was Jackson Lunsford. So he'll have to have a new lineman come in his place and tackle. That'll be Nate Rodriguez, the junior from Odessa Permian.
And that's one of those Shamar Davis kind of want to be able to get his hands a little bit more on and be able to get a block on downfield.
3rd down and 3. They mark it actually at the 22-yard line. So 3rd and 3 for the Cowboys, who've struggled right down here in the early going to get the offense untracked after 3 initial first downs on their opening possession. Brown back to pass, steps up in the pocket. He wants to run with it, slips away from one man, dives forward, and he has the first down. Kyle Brown, his last couple weeks, has shown a running ability we didn't see earlier this season. That time he picks up 4 yards and the needed yardage for first downs. He takes it out to the 26-yard line.
Yeah, Kyle Brown just being able to show the quarterback draw there and just being able to draw him off and be able to pick up the first down there.
So 1st and 10 from the 26-yard line. 2 receivers out wide to the right, 1 to the left. They give to Garcia. Garcia trying to sweep around in. He's got some running room. Turns the corner. Down the sideline. Still going. He's finally pushed out of bounds. Garcia with that great speed got around the corner. They actually say he stepped out of bounds at the 33-yard line, but still that's a 7-yard pickup for Noah Garcia.
And Garcia just being able to show off his sprint downfield. He's usually the type of back that's going to be patient in the backfield, but right there he's just being able to get down. But the thing is this receiving core is going to have to be able to put their hands on.
Cowboys go with a hurry. The offense, I think it's going to be an illegal procedure. They tried to go with a hurry, and quite frankly, Nelson wasn't set defensively. The Cowboys are trying to get a quick swing pass out
offense.
To
Not all
Douglas,
of the players were set prior to the snap.
They weren't set.
5-yard
so
penalty.
It'll be a 5-yard walk-off.
Still
that
second
takes
down.
away 5 of the 7 yards Garcia picked up. It'll now be 2nd down and 8 for the Cowboys.
And just to pick up back what I was trying to say is this is a receiving core that's usually just being able to get hands on these defensive backs and being able to set up nice blocking protection down or on the side of the near sideline. And right there, this is a type of game that you're going to have to be able to put your hands on, get some blocks downfield, and let your Noah Garcia be able to get downfield on it.
2nd down and 8 for the Cowboys from the 27-yard line. Brown back to pass. He throws out. It is complete to Ifeadi. Ifeadi is wrestled down right near the stick for the first down. It all depends on the spot, whether he got enough for the first down. The line judge on the far side says, yes, move the chains. So it's an 8-yard pickup and a first down out to the 36-yard line. Chris Woodley getting the start today for Christian Marshall at a tight end. He's been lining up as an H-back or blocking back on the wing, this time on the left side of the offensive formation for the Cowboys. Brown back to pass. Quick pass comes out. It is complete to Douglas. Douglas at the 40. Makes one man miss, makes another miss, and then he's wrestled down by 3 different Lions. Among those in on the stop was Dalton Esperance. And so it is a gain, though, on that quick pass to Douglas. We commented earlier that incidentally a gain of 8 yards. The Cowboys have to go the short passes to try to open up that defense, and that's what they're doing on this drive so far. Brown wants to throw deep. He's got Ifeadi open. Ifeadi makes the catch at the 35, the 30. Makes one man miss. Still on his feet. Still on his feet to the 20-yard line, and finally wrestled down. The ball pops loose.
I think they're going to call that one down.
Either down or the ball out of bounds is on the far sideline. They sent Garcia in motion and faked the pitch. The defense kind of made them move toward Garcia and left Ifeadi open, and he gets all the way down to the 17-yard line. A lot of great second effort and third effort by Ifeadi. A big gain on the play, all the way from the 34-yard line down to the 17 of Nelson. Garcia on first down trying to break it to the outside, and he will be wrestled down again. Great job by the defense of Nelson University. They've kept Garcia in check as it's a loss of 2 back to the 20-yard line. So it brings up a 2nd down and 12 now for the Cowboys.
That's one of those ones that JoJo Reyes, left tackle there, being able to get out there, stay on that block, being able to just stay on that block and see what the yards can get instead of a negative yards.
2nd and 12 from the 20. Brown goes back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. Fires over the middle. And it's a leaping catch. Wes Douglas touchdown. The pass a little high, and Douglas went up. High pointed it and hauled it in as he tumbled into the end zone. It is a 20-yard touchdown pass to Wes Douglas. And for Douglas this season, that is touchdown number 6. And the Cowboys have their first score of the game. They had the lead at 6-0, and Pedro Altamirano will come in to try the extra point kick.
Kyle Jones just being able to escape a defensive lineman, being able to throw on the run downfield and hitting West Douglas right in the middle, about the 1 yard line. Let West Douglas get in there for a touchdown. Great job.
It looked like that Brown might take off running. He stepped up straight up in the pocket and found Douglas open on the post route. The kick by Altamirano is good, and we have a timeout on the field with 2:09 left to play first quarter. Our score, Hardin-Simmons 7 and Nelson University nothing.
Our 60-year journey has been more than just selling cars. It's been about building relationships and serving others.
With our co-workers,
our customers,
and community.
We formed a family that's driven by helping others accomplish their goals.
From working together to be the best we can be,
to helping you find the perfect vehicle,
and keeping you safe and on the road. We're proud to celebrate 60 years here at Era Ford. We're building a brighter future.
7-0, the Cowboys in the lead after that touchdown drive that was 85 yards and a 20-yard touchdown pass to West Douglas. Again, it looked like Brown was going to run. The pocket opened up in the middle, and he stepped forward and then fired that strike on a post route to Douglas, and Douglas made a great leaping catch.
Yeah, what a great way to let West Douglas up there and catch that for a touchdown.
Here's Altamirano's kickoff against that northwest wind. It'll be fielded at the 7-yard line. Looking for running room. Now nice return, and finally all the way out to the 25-yard line.
Looked like Matt Pazuski were there, just being able to get his hands around him and being able to drag him down there about the 25-yard line.
Oscar Gonzalez on the return, so it'll be 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. It's a rarity when you see Altamirano not kicking it out of the back of the end zone, but he is against that northwest wind, and that one was fielded at the 7-yard line. So Nelson with the football at their own 25. Holtzclaw will have Jones set to his left. He'll give to Jones on first down, and this time the Cowboys wrestle him down for no gain. Great penetration over there for Hardin-Simmons, and it looked like that penetration came from the defensive end, Hayden Hayes.
Yeah, and right there, Altamirano just kind of come back there. He was fighting a little bit of about a 10 to 12 mile an hour wind out of that northwest wind, and being able to get that down there close to about the 5-yard line and being able to set this one up. A nice little 25-yard line there.
About a half a yard loss on the play. We'll call it 2nd down and 10. Holtzclaw goes back to pass, getting pressure, and he will go down. Cowboys get a sack, and give credit to the sack to Lucas Ragsdale. Ragsdale, who has been a linebacker all year, and after the knee injury to Mark Champion against Mary Hardin-Baylor, they moved him to defensive end, and Ragsdale gets a sack. And I believe that may be his first sack of the season. It is his first sack. It's a loss of 3, so it'll be 3rd down and 13. 5 wide receivers now for the Lions, and we've got flags everywhere.
So it's going to be a false start.
The back judge saw it. The line judge saw it. Everybody had a flag was throwing it. So a 5-yard walk-off will take it back
5-yard
to the
penalty.
12-yard
Still 3rd
line.
down.
Brings up a 3rd down. Back to the 17, makes it 3rd down and 18 needed for a first down for Nelson.
Hardin-Simmons loading the box here.
Coming with the blitz. Quick pass over the middle. It is complete, and immediately making the tackle for Hardin-Simmons was Harrison Foster. It was a quick slant route over the middle. The Cowboys were coming with an all-out blitz. Jared Dotson making the catch, and Foster dropped him immediately at the 21-yard line, a pickup of only 4 yards. Rodney Hall quickly checks in to receive the punt as Holtzclaw will punt it away. He booms a high-aspiring kick. Hall will go back. He thought about trying to pick it up on the run and then decided, no, I'm just going to let that one roll. And it will roll dead at the 16-yard line. So Holtzclaw's not listed as their punter. He's a pretty good punter as a kicking out of the short punt formation, the quarterback. The Cowboys will take over now, leading 7-0 with just 3 seconds left to play here in the first quarter. So we'll have one play before the end of the first period with the Cowboys leading by a score of 7-0.
I love how Holtzclaw is able to just take one step and just be able to boom it downfield and just switch the field for Hardin-Simmons, just line them up every time past the 20. So Holtzclaw just being able just to get that one step in punt and flipping the field for Hardin-Simmons offense.
Nate Nunez checks in at a tight end for the Cowboys as they line up with just 2 wide receivers, everybody else in tight. So the Cowboys have an extra tight end in the game. They give to Garcia. Garcia cannot slip away from the defender. That was Ronnie Murphy coming up to make the stop, and that will be the end of the first quarter.
The end of the first quarter.
Loss of a yard on the play. After one period of play from Shelton Stadium, our score Hardin-Simmons 7 and Nelson nothing. Cowboy football on HSUathletics.com.
Game days are about more than football. They're about family, friends, and the community we call home. At Higginbotham, we prioritize people, protecting what matters most to you. From your home and car to your health, business, and employees, we're here with insurance, HR, and financial services to cover you on and off the field. Higginbotham. Higginbotham.com.
Well, we switch sides, and Hardin-Simmons will be going from north to south, left to right, as we describe it to you on HSUathletics.com. Al Pickett along with Ty Crane. Right now, handed to Nelson's defensive line. They have played terrific. Eudora Garcia losing a yard on that play. Hardin-Simmons has just not been able to get a running game going at all, having to go mostly to the air. And, of course, they still lead at 7-0. The defense continues to play well, but got to figure a way to loosen up that defensive line a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to have to be able to get this offensive line, being able to get some hands-on, get some push downfield. Right now, you're looking at this Hardin-Simmons offense at -2 rushing yards, and so being able to get some push, get Noah Garcia downfield against this huge defense front right now.
Braylon Henry in a running back. Brown back to pass on the first play of the second quarter. The pass is complete to Douglas. Douglas makes a man miss. He's still on his feet at the 40, the 45, into Nelson territory, and all the way down to about the 25-yard line. Wow, that was a huge pass play. Wes Douglas showing his great speed after making that catch, takes it all the way down to the 25-yard line of Nelson.
And that was one of those things that you were talking about earlier, Al, is being able to get these quick passes and just getting these receivers downfield is what's working for this Hardin-Simmons offense right now.
Cowboys have 4 wide receivers in a diamond shape to the right. And now Nelson will take a timeout. Let's keep it right here. That line of scrimmage,
Nelson.
When they started,
first
was
of the
at
half.
the 14-yard line. And so they go all the way down to the 25-yard line. So what, 25 and 36, about a 51-yard, 61. Can I do the math for me? 61-yard pass play to Wes Douglas. Again, that was just a short pass of about 6-7 yards, and Douglas did the rest of it with his feet. He finally had one man to beat and finally was pushed out of bounds on the far sideline. And so timeout taken by Jared Hutchins, the Nelson coach, to try to settle his defense down. Again, quick passes. Again, Douglas was in the slot, and that was a pass over the middle, but in the slot position, and so he must have had a couple of receivers blocking for him. That play materialized so quickly, and he was off and running.
Yeah, like you said, you were able to get some Hardin-Simmons receivers there, getting some blocking, but like you said, Wes Douglas just doing what it took just to not come down and just getting a huge pickup there for this Hardin-Simmons offense right now.
1st and 10 from the Lions' 25-yard line. After the timeout, Brown will give fakes to Garcia, throws over the middle. It is caught by Chris Sims down to the 2-yard line. Play action fake. I took the fake. He faked the handoff to Garcia. Then a quick post route. Again, apparently the safeties are coming up, and that post route is open for the Cowboys. And Chris Sims makes the catch at the 2-yard line. They mark him at the 3, so officially it'll be a 22-yard pass play. The Cowboys have it 1st and goal at the 3-yard line.
Yeah, you're getting these safeties rolling down and just trying to get some pressure on these receivers, and Kyle Brown just being able to pick them off.
Back to pass goes Brown. Brown wants to run with it. He's going to carry it in for the touchdown. Kyle Brown faked the handoff to Garcia and then rolled to his left, and all of a sudden there was nobody out there. And Kyle Brown with the rushing touchdown, a 3-yard run, and the Cowboys increase their lead to 13-0. for Kyle Brown. That is his second rushing touchdown of the season. Memory serves me right, the other was a 1-yard quarterback sneak. So that's his long run of 3 yards right there.
Yep, Kyle Brown just being able to show off his legs and just noticing that there was nothing being able to throw the ball to, and just being able to utilize his legs and being able to go that far side of that end zone, getting a touchdown.
Turner's a holder for Altamirano's. He'll try the extra point kick. And on the way, it is up, and it is good. Timeout on the field with 13:42 to go, second quarter. Our new score now is Hardin-Simmons 14 and Nelson University nothing. Cowboy football on HSUathletics.com. The Cowboys' second 85-yard scoring drive. That one, 82 of them came on 2 plays. Both passes over the middle, one to Wes Douglas, one to Chris Sims. So, again, those short passes, especially over the middle of the field, the Cowboys, Jeff Whitehead making a great adjustment of what they want to do offensively, and they've burned the Lions with a pair of touchdowns. Here's Altamirano's kick, and this one is Pedro's kick. It's out of the back of the end zone for a touchback, and Nelson University will take over at the 25-yard line. So, again, it's interesting to see the adjustment the Cowboys have made. They found something they liked against what Nelson was doing defensively, and all of a sudden they made him pay, and now let's see what defensively Nelson can do differently, because obviously they've been burned now with the passes.
And it's one of those things that you kind of utilize this technology that's on the sidelines now. You got Jesse Burleson and all the other guys being able to utilize the iPads and being able to pick up those adjustments.
Holtzclaw on first down will give on a stretch play to Jones, and Jones fights his way forward back to the line of scrimmage, but that's it. Cowboys with a nice job defensively, and coming in to make the stop for Hardin-Simmons was Matt Pascucci. So to bring it up, Lucas Ragsdale also in on the stop.
I think Ragsdale was in there, just being able to get that. I think Pascucci was able to get that initial hit, and Ragsdale just being able to clean up that ankle tackle.
Again, Ragsdale's moved this week to defensive end after the injury to Mark Champion. He has been a linebacker, a backup. Second down and 10 after no gain on the play for Jones. Holtzclaw, play action fake, wants to run, and he is wrapped up. Good job by the Cowboys defense. Hayden Hayes to wrap him up for no gain. We told you going in that Holtzclaw was a dual threat. He has rushed for 345 yards. And although he'd been sacked for his official total was 191, but thrown for over 1,200 yards, with the Cowboys getting pressure, and defensive end Hayden Hayes with the stop, a loss of 1. So it brings up a 3rd down and 11 now for Nelson. Judah Holtzclaw, he's a big quarterback. He's 6'6", 220. Back to pass. Holtzclaw fires deep down the sideline, and this is going to be a pass interference, and that was pretty obvious in front of everybody. Colin Hill grabbed a hold of the receiver, Jermaine Jones, and if you're going to grab him, don't do it out in front of everybody.
That was
prior to the pass.
We saw it.
Holding.
The referee saw it. Everybody.
Defense, number 11. 10-yard penalty. An automatic first down.
On the Cowboys. I think that Colin Hill felt like he'd been beaten on the play, and so it is better to give up 15 yards than a 75, 76-yard touchdown pass, because it looked like Jones with great speed had gotten by him. So it'll be 1st and 10 as they move the football up to the 35-yard line. Holtzclaw on first down. We'll give to Jones. Jones up the middle, trying to break it to the outside. And he picks up a nice gain of 5, maybe 6 yards before he's brought down. Cowboys stop made by Brant Potek, backup linebacker. We have a one of the offensive linemen for Nelson shaken up on the play.
Officials timeout.
So a stoppage of play
for an injury on the offense.
A 5-yard gain. Officially, we're going to call it a 6-yard gain. The ball is between the 40 and the 41-yard line.
Just one credit to Jones, just being able to. He's a very shifty running back that we have seen through this first quarter and a little bit into the second quarter. Jones just being very shifty and just being able to utilize him. Like we said, he's been averaging about 9 yards per carry on the season, and right there, just being able to utilize, just seeing where the hole's at and just hitting it downfield.
Jamie Palafox, offensive tackle, was the player shaken up as he hobbles off. Looked like he may have turned an ankle. 2nd down and 4 coming up. Give again is to Jones. And Jones go for right tackle. Stacked up by the left side of the Cowboy defensive line. In on the stop for Hardin-Simmons, Matt Pascucci along with Lucas Ragsdale. And so it'll be a gain of 1 yard on the play. 3rd down and 3 coming up for Nelson.
And right now you're probably going to see Craig Neese just trying to put some more guys in this box and being able to stop this 3rd and short because Jones has been able to just hit this ground downfield.
That's why getting pressure on the quarterback is so important, because those defensive backs are on an island out there when you're putting that many people in the box. Cowboys jumping around, and we've got a timeout called by Jared Hudgens.
Timeout, Nelson.
The Cowboys were
that is their second of the half
defensively, and Nelson coach calls a timeout, stopping the clock with the 10:53. You know, right now we have a couple patches of blue sky, but look to the southeast of us. It looks rainy, doesn't it?
It does, and especially the past 24 hours here in West Texas. You never know what the weather's going to bring, and right now we were coming into this game with about a 15-20% chance of rain. And I know that Hardin-Simmons kind of canceled their pregame tailgate just due to weather conditions, but yeah, it's getting a little dark south of town right now.
I don't think southeast is going to be a danger for us in the ball game here, but we'll keep an eye on it. But it's certainly turned blue, dark blue off to the southeast. 3rd down and 3 coming up for Nelson. Cowboys showing blitz. And this time Holtzclaw will keep it, and he will be stopped before he gets a 1st down. As coming up was Brant Potak. Holtzclaw faked the handoff to Jones, wanted to keep him himself. He picks up 2 yards to the 39. It'll be 4th down and 1. Now decision time for Jared Hutchins and the Nelson coach. And quickly back into the game for the Cowboys comes Martins Arabasola, give an extra defensive lineman in the game. The Cowboys are expecting Nelson to go for it, and the Lions are, as they line up on 4th down and 1 from their own 44-yard line. Holtzclaw will keep it, and he has the 1st down. Good second effort. He faked the handoff and went off left tackle and was hit around in the line of scrimmage, but at 6'6", he managed to fall forward for a couple extra yards as he takes it out to the 47-yard line. So that is a gain of 3 and a 1st down for Nelson. Is that their second 1st down? They got one on the penalty on this drive. Is that the first one they've actually earned?
I'm trying to look through the notes, and it's just not up.
Make sure it might be their 3rd. 1st and 10 from the 47. Give this to Jones. Jones trying to bring it to the outside. Nice cut back in. And Quentin Jones. And he fumbles on the play. Loose ball, and the Cowboys claim they have it. Jones had the ball stripped away. The officials agree. The head linesman said, yes, it is Cowboy football. Who comes off with the bottom of the pile with the football?
That looks
I think it's Caden Roden, isn't it?
Mike Aiken-Basola coming up with the...
Aiken-Basola.
Yep.
Right there also was Roden. Somebody stripped it away after Jones had a nice run all the way down to the 38-yard line as he picked up about 15 yards on the play. Then the ball stripped away, and the Cowboys get the turnover. Aiken-Basola with the turnover as he recovers the fumble, and the Cowboys take over at their own 38-yard line, leading 14-0. Back to pass on 1st down goes Kyle Brown. He wants to throw deep over the middle. It is caught. Noah Garcia, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Noah Garcia lined up in the slot, and he goes 62 yards. Garcia in the slot just ran again that post route and a 62-yard pass play, and just like that, there was one-on-one coverage, and that defensive back had no chance against Noah Garcia.
Yeah, Noah Garcia just being able to break off that defensive back and being able to get some great separation there, get the pass, and ended up with a huge Hardin-Simmons touchdown there.
So one play and a 62-yard drive. Garcia with a 62-yard reception. Pedro Altamirano in to try the extra point kick. Caden Smiley is the deep snapper. Caden Turner is the holder. Altamirano's kick is on the way. It is up and it is good. Timeout on the field with 9:17 now to go in the second quarter. New score, Hardin-Simmons 21 and Nelson nothing. Cowboy football on HSUathletics.com.
The best tailgates start with the best beef. And the best beef starts with United Supermarkets. United Supermarkets, where we do beef the best.
Cowboys now lead at 21-0. A one-play, 62-yard drive, a 62-yard touchdown pass to Noah Garcia. For Garcia, his receiving, that is his third receiving touchdown. He's also rushed for 4 this season. Cowboys had a player shaken up, looked like a cramp down there. They were working through the cramp as an offensive lineman on the extra point team was Xander Landing was the player shaken up, but he trots off under his own power. So Cowboys 21-0. Again, they have found something in that middle of the field with those quick post routes, and that time it was just one-on-one Garcia, nobody else back there, and Garcia had his man beat, and it was literally could almost walk from the 20 on in.
Yeah, it's just one of those mid-game adjustments, just utilizing, like I said, the technology that you have on the sidelines now, the iPads, the instant replays that you can get, and just being able to notice that the opening of the field.
Here's Altamirano's kickoff, and it will sail out of the back of the end zone for a touchback, and Nelson will start at the 25-yard line. So the Cowboys have scored on a 20-yard pass to Wes Douglas in the first quarter. In the second quarter, a 3-yard run by quarterback Kyle Brown, and then Noah Garcia on a 62-yard pass from Brown. So Brown already with a touchdown run and 2 touchdown passes, and the Cowboys lead it by a score of 21-0. New running back in the game. This is Ladarius Evans, who's checked in for Quentin Jones. And we've got movement. If the Cowboy defensive line is accurate, they're all pointing to the right tackle.
False start. Offense,
I don't know
number
if they
62.
need any help. If you get an
5-yard penalty.
purple
Still first
jerseys
down.
on the defensive line for the Cowboys, 5-yard illegal procedure penalty against Nelson. Moves it back to the 20-yard line, first down and 15. Holtzclaw. Quick swing pass comes out. It is complete. And the Cowboys did a good job of recovering. Hold it to just a 5-yard gain. Pass was completed to Zach Fuller. Cowboys had 2 players right there immediately to make the quick stop. Gain of 6, and call it second down and 9 from the 26-yard line. I think Jenkins may have been in the corner in on that stop. Quick pass again, comes out on the near sideline, and a big hit as Dylan Lampier made the catch, and he was brought down immediately. And I believe that was Akabensolo again to make the tackle.
Yeah, Mike Akabensolo just was able just to come down with a fire and just be able to recognize that pass and being able to bring him down for a loss there.
He read it right away, and it's a 3-yard loss, brings up third down and 12 now. Again, trying to go the quick pass on the line of scrimmage, and again, Akabensolo was not fooled at all by that. He's out of Houston Bush High School, a junior for the Cowboys defense. So third down and 12 coming up. Quick swing pass again comes out on the line of scrimmage, is complete to Fuller. Fuller makes one man miss, fights his way out to about the 29-yard line. That is a gain of about 6 yards. It will not be enough for a first down. It'll be 4th down and 6 coming up for the Lions.
Yeah, Fuller just being able to break a couple of tackles there, just trying to shred some of these tackles. But what a big gain there, and great second effort by him.
So 4th down, Holtzclaw will punt, and back to receive the punt is Guy Powell. This is an end-over-end kick. Powell will field it at the 38-yard line. Stumbled a little bit and manages to pick up about 5 yards and then gets it out to the 43-yard line. That's where the Cowboys will take over possession. If he could have kept his balance, it looked like he had some running room, but kind of slipped as he first took off and then was stumbling as he was brought down with the tackle. They mark him down at the 42-yard line where the Cowboys will start this possession.
And this is one of those things that Hardin-Simmons just right now, they're just being able to open up this offensive drive and just utilize this open field that Nelson's been able to utilize. But right now they are there's a lot of people right now in this open field, so we'll see how this goes.
Brown gives on a little reverse on a shovel pass. This is to Rodney Hall. Hall turns at the 50, down to the 45, and down to the 41-yard line. They faked the handoff to Garcia, gave to Hall coming back. It goes as a pass. The quarterback's best friend. He throws it about 2 inches, but he tosses it forward to Rodney Hall, and Hall picks up a gain all the way to the 42-yard line of Nelson. So that is a pickup of 16 yards and a first down on the reception by Rodney Hall. So 1st and 10 for the Cowboys. They have it on the Lions into the field at the 42. Back to pass goes Brown. Steps up in the pocket. He wants to throw deep. He's got a man open. Chris Sims makes a leaping catch and falls down at the 1-yard line, I believe.
Chris Sims just getting up and leaping for that one and being able to haul that one in. Just right there, Kyle Brown just taking a shot downfield. Chris Sims just leaping up and just being able to come down with that ball about the 1 or 2 yard.
What a tremendous grab. I think they're going to mark it at the 2. Cowboys go in a hurry. They give to Garcia. Garcia plows his way forward into the end zone. Touchdown, Cowboys. Noah Garcia with his 2nd touchdown of the game. This one on a 2-yard run. And the Cowboys are on the board again. And again, it was that deep post route with nobody else back there to help in the coverage. And Chris Sims, kind of like Douglas's first touchdown, a little bit too tall, and he just went up in the air and hauled it in. If he could have kept his balance, he'd have touchdown, but he tumbled down at the 2-yard line.
And Hardin-Simmons finally in the positive rushing yardage with that rush there with Noah Garcia just getting downfield and battling for that couple-yard touchdown there.
Altamirano in to try the extra point kick. It's on the way. It is up, and it is good. Time out on the field with 5:57 now to play second quarter. Our new score, Hardin-Simmons 28 and Nelson nothing. You're watching Cowboy football here on HSUathletics.com. Well, it looked like Nelson came into this game, said we're going to stop the Cowboy running game. And that opened up the passing game, and that quick slant route it'll be interesting to see what Jeff Whitehead has to say about what they did offensively, but they've opened up the game and now lead at 28-0. Altamirano with the kickoff. I kind of get tickled. Amin White, the defensive back, at the goal line, just kind of puts his hands up like, what, I can't catch this one. It's out of the back of the end zone. So he's frustrated. He can't get a chance to return. Altamirano with another touchback on the kickoff, and Nelson will take over at the 25-yard line.
It's one of those deals that Altamirano this entire season is just being able just to get every single kickoff, it seems like, out of the end zone, and it sets up this Cowboy defense all season long, just being able to set them up about the 25-yard line.
We're shocked every time he doesn't kick it out of the back of the end zone. Against the wind, he actually kicked one just to the 7. On first down, the give is to Jones, who's back in the game and running back. He fights his way for a couple tough yards. Again, the Cowboys with a lot of purple jerseys around in on the tackle. Caden Roden among those in. Look like also maybe Elijah Lawton in at a defensive lineman right now. Cowboys love to play a lot of different people on the defensive line. 2nd down and 7 after the 3-yard pickup to the 28-yard line for, I said Quentin Jones, excuse me, that was the backup running back. That was Ladarius Evans. Holtzclaw, quick pass over the middle, and it is broken up. Nice job by Hardin-Simmons, Micah Henderson to knock that pass away. It was intended for Dylan Lampier, but jumping the route and knocking the pass away was Henderson. So it brings up a 3rd down and 7 now for the Lions. Movement on the line, no flag. Long pass is incomplete as that time Holtzclaw was just throwing away. Now there is a flag on the play. Cowboys were trying to come with a blitz. The snap was low. Holtzclaw picked it up off the ground and just threw it as far as he could over the intended
Defense,
receiver
number
and the
93.
defensive back.
5-yard penalty, still 3rd down.
They call it on Hardin-Simmons, though. Offsides on the Cowboys. So a 5-yard walk-off will move it out to the 38-yard line. Brings up 3rd down and 2 for Nelson.
And just watch Craig Neese here, probably like he did probably about a couple of drives ago, or actually last drive. Just he brought the box, and right here I think they're going to play this one safe.
So 3rd down and 2.
Timeout, Nelson. That is their 3rd and final of the half.
Nelson takes its 3rd timeout, his 3rd and final timeout of the first half, as we're keeping it right here. Cowboys leading by a score of 28-0 at halftime. We'll have a rundown of the stats, and then we'll also, of course, have a chance to watch the Cowboy Band in action with their halftime performance. This is the next to last game at home in the regular season. We hope there's some postseason games here at Shelton Stadium, but Cowboys will go on the road the next 2 weeks. Howard Payne and Brownwood next week, and then to Belton with the rematch with Mary Hardin-Baylor on November the 8th, and finally for Senior Day in the last home game of the season, of the regular season, against East Texas Baptist on November the 15th. 3rd down and 2 coming up for Nelson. Cowboys lead at 28-0, 5:12 left to go. First half. Cowboys come with the blitz. Holtzclaw wants to keep it hit in the backfield, and he's not going to make it.
Oh, fumble.
Did he fumble?
Hardin-Simmons football.
Cowboys claiming no signal from the official yet.
Is a fumble recovered by the defense. First down, Hardin-Simmons.
It is a fumble. I never saw the official make the call. We have an injured player.
I think that's Holtzclaw.
It may be the quarterback, Holtzclaw, down on the turf. And I don't know who came up with the fumble. I don't know if we've got a replay coming up or not. The Cowboys, Holtzclaw slipped away from one man and then tried to get around in and could not get enough for the first down. He was stopped a couple yards short. Ball popped out and
looked like Kalen Castles coming up from the linebacker position, just being able to make that initial hit on Holtzclaw and bear crawling his way over just to pick up that fumble there.
You're right. It was Kalen Castles, a sophomore transfer from Harding University out of Beckville, Texas. So Cowboys had a lot of backup defensive players into the game. He recovers at the 32-yard line, so the Cowboys will take over, leading 28-0. That's a second turnover by Nelson, the second fumble they've had, and we'll have to wait and see whether Holtzclaw will become back in the game. He was shaken up on the play, but went off the field under his own power. Kyle Brown with an empty backfield. The Cowboys take over at the Lions' 32-yard line. Brown back to pass. Rolls to his right. Swing pass comes out to Ifeadi. Ifeadi is driven out of bounds down near the 20-yard line. That should be enough for 12 yards and a Cowboy first down. Well, that time the safety stayed back in the middle of the field, so they throw out in the flat to Ifeati.
Yeah, the Lions being able to make this mid-game adjustment, being able to keep those safeties back, as Hardin-Simmons has been making these quick posts and slants that they've been doing.
They give up the shovel pass again to Rodney Hall. Hall turns up at the 15-yard line and fumble. Oh, he slipped away from man. He's still on his feet. He gets down near the 10-yard line. Hall just flat broke a tackle about the 15. Here it is on the replay. 360 spin, looked like a whirling dervish. The second 360 spin. He has a 9-yard gain to the 11-yard line. Rodney Hall showing some moves right there.
Yeah, Rodney Hall, the sophomore out of Odessa, Texas, just being able to shed about 4 tackles there and pick up the second down.
This time keeping it is Ty Thompson in at quarterback, and Thompson has the first down as he picks up a yard to the 10-yard line. Touchdown Ty. Doesn't get a touchdown, but he gets a first down on that run, the freshman quarterback out of Graham.
And that's one of those things that we mentioned earlier, that Ty Thompson being able to utilize this the short outage options here. It's his 32 rush, and every single time he's either been able to pick up either a scored touchdown or a first down there, and Ty Thompson just being able to show off his legs.
2-yard gain, so it's first and goal from the 9 after the 2-yard pickup. Brown back in the game, he fakes the handoff. Brown to keep it. He's going to run with it, turns upfield. He dives toward the end zone. He's going to be stopped about the 2-yard line. He wanted to throw the ball, couldn't find anybody open. I think he came around after the fake handoff to Braylon Henry that he thought, well, somebody's going to be right there. And there was nobody there. He took off running. He ends up picking up about 6 yards down to the 3-yard line, brings up second and goal from the 3.
Great job there by Jeff Whitehead, just being able to throw this Lions defense off. Everything was pushing to the right. Flare off Kyle Brown to the left. He wanted to dump it off him. Great pickup there by Kyle Brown.
Second and goal for the 3. Brown back to pass. Throws the lob into the end zone. Incomplete. Cowboys claiming it should be a pass interference. I don't think they're going to get the call.
Yeah, it looked like Wes Douglas there just wanted a pass interference there, but no call there, and set this one up for about a 3rd and 4.
They were trying the lob into the corner of the end zone to Douglas. There were 2 receivers right there. So it brings up a 3rd and goal from the 3-yard line. Douglas and Ifeati both check out as the Cowboys put in 2 tight ends. They got 3 tight ends. They've got all the blockers in. Ty Thompson in at quarterback. Thompson will keep it himself. He plows into the end zone. Fumbles on the play. Somebody slapped it away, and I think Nelson has come up with it. He was looked like he was about to cross the end zone, and somebody reached out. He didn't tuck it away.
It's one thing that you kind of notice, and earlier on this game, you kind of saw Chris Sims just not tuck on his away a couple earlier. Dozie Ifeati just kind of having the ball just not tucked into that armpit, and Ty Thompson the same way. They're just kind of having that football just flaring off on his right arm, and right there just getting it knocked away.
Last week on the 4th quarter, Thompson was trying to reach for the end zone and slapped it away, and it was picked up for a 99-yard return. It actually had a lateral on the play. It went as a 40-yard return of the fumble. It was actually a 99-yard return. But so a fumble at the 1-yard line, and that's where the Lions will take over at their own 1-yard line. And the give is up the middle.
Safety.
I believe the Cowboys thinking they have a safety. It is a safety. The Cowboys get the stop. Off the bottom of the pile for the Cowboys is Caden Roden. Caden Roden gets the safety on the handoff up the middle. And so it is now a 30-0 ball game.
And I also think Ragsdale was there coming off at the bottom of the pile too, just being able to get that initial hit. What a great, huge stop and great safety there by the Hardin-Simmons defense right there on about the 2-inch yard line. Great job by this Hardin-Simmons defense pressure.
Well, the tackle on the fumble was inside the 1-yard line. And first down, they just tried to dive up the middle. And again, we're going to give it a moment till we were told differently to Roden, but I think Roden and Ragsdale were both right there to make the stop for the safety. And with 2:25 to go here in the first half, new score now 30-0 in favor of the Cowboys. Well, the defense continuing just to do the job, don't they? They have scored. They've picked up turnovers. Now they get a safety.
And this was a defense a couple of weeks ago that was leading the nation top 10 of top scoring defenses, and being able to just utilize that and just pick sixes and safeties. So this defense is continuing to dominate each and every game, and what a great salute to Craig Neese being able to come over and take over this defense the past couple of years.
So it'll be a free kick after the safety as Nelson will kick off from its own 20-yard line. They'll bring in, you have a choice of punting or kicking, and it will be their kicker, Cade Whitehead, to kick it away. High, end-over-end kick. It'll be fielded by Rodney Hall at the 29-yard line. Tries to take it back to the middle of the field. Slips away from one man. Slips away from another. 360 spin. He gets it out to the 39-yard line. A return of about 11 yards on the play for Rodney Hall.
And it looks like they are going to credit that safety to Caden Rode and Philip Myers, both of them. And so great job there by the Hardin-Simmons defense.
Philip Myers, a backup linebacker, gets credit along with Roden for the safety. So the Cowboys will start this possession at their own 38-yard line. Last time they were 38. They threw a 62-yard pass to Noah Garcia, and guess who set in the slot to the left? It's Noah Garcia. Could we see an instant replay? Brown back to pass. Steps up in the pocket, getting pressure. Now he wants to run with it. He says go long to Braylon Henry, and keeping the ball will be Brown. He's pushed out of bounds at the 41-yard line, a 3-yard gain. Did you notice the safeties all kept backing up? They're not going to get beat by that post route over the middle now. So adjustment made by Nelson. 3-yard gain, though, for Brown, and there is the 2-minute timeout. So we've got a 2-minute timeout, the final timeout of the first half. It comes here with our score, Hardin-Simmons 30 and Nelson University nothing. You're watching Cowboy football on HSUathletics.com.
Our 60-year journey has been more than just selling cars. It's been about building relationships and serving others.
With our co-workers,
our customers,
and community.
We formed a family that's driven by helping others accomplish their goals.
From working together to be the best we can be,
to helping you find the perfect vehicle,
and keeping you safe and on the road. We're proud to celebrate 60 years here at Era Ford. We're together. We're building a brighter future.
HSUathletics.com.
Cowboys facing a 2nd down and 7 after the 3-yard keeper by Kyle Brown. 2 minutes to play in the first half. The football at the 41-yard line. Two receivers to the left, two to the right. Braylon Henry at the running back. Brown goes back to pass. Step up in the pocket, swing pass comes out to Henry. Henry makes a man miss at the 40, the 45, the 50. He has a first down. 9-yard pickup for Braylon Henry. He was a safety valve, the last option. And Brown quickly getting the pass out to Henry for the 9-yard pickup. Cowboys have done such a good job of that this year, to checking down to the running back as a safety valve out of the backfield. 1st and 10. They go in a hurry. Brown back to pass. Wants to throw deep down the sideline, and Chris Sims with a one-on-one battle over there with Amin White, but pass incomplete. Sims was going deep down the sideline. Good coverage by the Lions that time. I said that was White. I believe that was
Prather?
It was Deuce Prather, defensive back, freshman out of Leander Rouse. 2nd down and 10.
That one's going might be against the Lions here.
Lions jumped off sides. The right defensive end trying to blitz Micah Smith. Looked like he jumped off, and then one of the Cowboys' left tackle stood up and pointed at him. So to see which one they're going to call it on. I'm not so sure. Smith didn't make contact.
Defense, number 18.
It is on
5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
5-yard walk-off.
Well, yeah, as soon as he entered that neutral zone, it looked like McAfee was able to start his initial set, and that's what drawed him off sides.
So it would be 2nd down and 5 now, with 1:34 to go in the first half. Brown goes back to pass. Wants to throw deep over the middle for Garcia, and he can't hang on to it. Pretty good coverage over there, although I think Cowboy faithful here wanted Treshawn Ware to be called for a pass interference call. Pass a little bit low, but Garcia trying to make a shoestring grab, had it in his hands but couldn't hang on. Incomplete pass, no penalty, brings up 3rd down and 5.
Yeah, you could tell Noah Garcia there. He was wanting that pass a little bit higher up. That was about a shoestring tackle for him, but nothing's too low for Noah Garcia.
So the Cowboys will go on 3rd down and 5. 1:25 left to play first half, leading 30-0. Brown, quick pass comes out on the left flat, making the catch on the far sideline and driven out of bounds in front of the Nelson bench was Chris Sims. He needed 5 yards. He got 6. Actually, they give him 5. They mark it right at the 40 where he went out of bounds, but it is enough for a first down.
Chris Sims just being able to get 2 toes down. It looked like an NFL catch. All he needed was 1, but it was a great job there. What great athleticism there, just being able to get both feet down there.
Again, just pitch and catching. Knew right where he had to go to the yardstick and got the first down. Now Garcia will go into motion and shift over to the slot on the left side. Brown back to pass. Flushed out of the pocket, rolls right, and he's going to slide down at the 48-yard line. That'll be a loss of 8 on the play. And the Cowboys will use their first timeout. We'll keep it right here with a minute 11 to go. I think Brown just decided to slide down rather than risk scrambling and perhaps getting an injury right there. So they mark him at the 46, so it's a loss of 6 on the play, brings up 2nd down and 16.
Yeah, Kyle Brown just right there. I think you had the open side of this near sideline to us. It was kind of wide open. Instead of just sliding down there, I think you could have taken a couple more steps, throw that ball away, and avoided that loss of yards there.
I like on our screen, look at the player in the huddle in his T-shirt behind there. It says HSU versus everybody.
Yeah, I think that's the mindset, is that right now it's you versus everybody else, and it's this team versus everybody else. And instead of saying you, it should have been this team. And so Hardin-Simmons, just knowing that it's going against every single yard, like everything that against D3.com, everything against the AP polls. It's you versus the entire nation, and so what a great mindset coming into this season.
1:11 to go, first half, and it is 2nd down and 16 for the Cowboys. The line of scrimmage at the Lions' 46-yard line. Brown out of the shotgun with Braylon Henry set to his left. Back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. He wants to throw deep for Wes Douglas. Wes can't quite catch up with it. A crossing route between Douglas and Garcia going deep. And the ball just a little bit too far. Pretty good coverage over there by Treshawn Ware. So it brings up a 3rd down and 16. That was an interesting call because they were a crossing route, but they were 25 yards downfield where they were crossing. Easy for defensive backs to get mixed up in that formation.
It's like Wes was about 2 people length far from that pass, but great effort there by Wes.
So 3rd down and 16 with 1:04 to go. Brown back to pass. Flushed out of the pocket, rolls to his right. Now he wants to scramble with it, running, still on his feet, breaks a tackle, and finally goes out of bounds as he has the first down. Great scramble on 3rd and 16 by Kyle Brown. He slipped away from one would-be tackler and takes it all the way to the 27-yard line. And that is a Cowboy first down. They needed 16, and guess what? They got 19. Good scramble by Kyle Brown. Got out of bounds with 55 seconds to go in the first half. Brown steps back to pass. Here comes the blitz. Screen pass to Braylon Henry. Henry cuts back to the middle of the field. He's got a blocker in front, and he will take it into the end zone for the touchdown. Nope, they say he was down at the 1-yard line. He had a man out in front blocking for him. That was Garrett Tittle. And he dove for it, but they say his knee hit at the 1-yard line, inside the 1-yard line. So the Cowboys will have it 1st and goal from inside the 1. Well, they let the rush come through and then dumped the little pass over the top to Braylon Henry. He was going toward the sideline, cut back to the middle, and he almost got to the end zone.
And Hardin-Simmons just always just been the type that to hit some screenplays right there. I think that's probably the best one we've probably seen so far this season, just getting some linemen downfield and getting some hands on some bodies and allowing them to get downfield and setting up this 1st and goal here.
Clock was stopped momentarily for an injured Nelson player. He's off the field now. Cowboys in no hurry, 35 seconds to go, first half. Brown stays in the game at quarterback with Henry running back. They'll give to Henry over right tackle. He's into the end zone. He deserves that one because he almost got there on the screen pass. A 1 yard run by Braylon Henry. And the Cowboys add to their lead, now 36-0, with 25 seconds to go in the first half. After the extra point, we'll keep it right here, and we're only 25 seconds away from halftime.
Yeah, Braylon Henry picking up his 3rd touchdown rushing this season, and just like you said, that was a hard-fought first down for Braylon, and what a great touchdown to see him score on.
Pedro Altamirano's extra point kick is up, and it is good. New score now with 25 seconds to go in the half. Hardin-Simmons 37 and Nelson nothing. Again, sometimes it is poetic justice that the running back gets the touchdown there because he did all the work to get it to the 1 foot line on the screen pass, and he tumbled into the end zone. They say his knee was down at the 1, but he gets the carry on the next play. So the Cowboys continuing to add to their total, and it's going to be interesting to look at the first half stats when we come to halftime, Todd, just to look at what the Cowboy defense has done, how little they've given up, and the Cowboys have had a lot of big plays. Their total offense, I think, when we look at the stats, it's going to be pretty impressive because they've had so many big passes, and so very impressive. The Cowboys now have scored 30 points in the second quarter. Altamirano will try the extra point kick, and look here, the sun is peeking out at Shelton Stadium. High end over end kick, and this one will sail into the end zone, one hop and out of the back of the end zone. So Nelson will take over the 25-yard line. First time we've seen the sun peek through the clouds today. Sun's certainly shining on the Hardin-Simmons side of the field right now. The Cowboys lead at 37-0.
It's finally good to see the sun. We hadn't seen it in about 48 hours, it feels like. So what a great day here at Shelton Stadium.
We shouldn't complain. We went a month without seeing a single drop of rain, and all of a sudden we got 2 days of a lot of rain. Holtzclaw is back in at quarterback. Fumble. And a fumble on the play, but it was recovered by Quentin Jones, a running back. That's going to be the end of the first half. Clock stops momentarily as the officials break up a couple players having a little questioning each other's there was really no mix-up other than the officials broke it up and they stopped the clock momentarily, and now they let it run down and it goes to 0. Well, it's been all Hardin-Simmons in the first half. We've come to halftime at Shelton Stadium. You're watching HSUathletics.com. Our score at halftime, Hardin-Simmons 37 and Nelson nothing. This is Cowboy football on HSUathletics.com.
Game days are about more than football. They're about family, friends, and the community we call home. At Higginbotham, we prioritize people, protecting what matters most to you. From your home and car to your health, business, and employees, we're here with insurance, HR, and financial services to cover you on and off the field. Higginbotham. Higginbotham.com.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you will please direct your attention to the north end of the field and give a big HSU
welcome to our future Hardin-Simmons cheerleaders.
We're at halftime here at Shelton Stadium. Our score is 37-0. Let's recap the scoring as you watch the introduction of some of the young cheerleaders who went through cheerleading camp here with the Hardin-Simmons cheerleaders. Cowboys just led 7-0 after the first quarter. They scored on a 20-yard pass from Kyle Brown to Wes Douglas with 2:09 left to play in the first quarter. That was the culmination of an 85-yard drive, and the Cowboys were having trouble getting the running game going. But, boy, they opened it up through the air in the second quarter. With 13:42 to go, second period, Kyle Brown, the quarterback, keeping it on a 3-yard run. Again, that was another 85-yard drive. Made it 14-0. After a fumble recovery, with 9:17 to go, Noah Garcia with a 62-yard reception from Kyle Brown increased the lead to 21-0. Then the Cowboys got a 2-yard run from Noah Garcia with 5:57 to go, making it 28-0. After a fumble at the 1-yard line, Philip Myers and Caden Roden combined on a safety tackle on the running back in the end zone for a safety, made it 30-0. And then with 25 seconds to go before halftime, Braylon Henry, who'd had a 23-yard run on or catch on a screen pass, scored on a 1-yard run, making it 37-0 in favor of the Cowboys. Looking at a couple quick numbers here, and we'll go over this more, Ty, at halftime after the band performance, but the Cowboys ran 42 offensive plays for 417 yards, and Nelson 24 offensive plays for 61 yards, 18 fewer plays, and about 350 or 60 fewer yards of total offense. That's how dominant the Cowboy defense has been.
Yeah, this is a Hardin-Simmons offense that has already played 42 snaps, 417 yards. Compared to this Lions offense that have only done 24 for 61. And one thing to notice is, like in that first half, Hardin-Simmons was only going into that second quarter with about 2 yards of rushing. And so you're not seeing the Braylon Henry, you're not seeing the Noah Garcia in that first quarter like we have been. But right now you're looking at Hardin-Simmons about 29 rushing yards, Lions about 33. And right now, that if you look at the time of possession, Hardin-Simmons
not much difference.
It's not at all. It's about 14-15, and so you're looking at about the same side of offense, but Hardin-Simmons dominating this first half so far.
417 yards total offense for the Cowboys, and 388 of it has been through the air. Only 29 yards rushing. That tells you what the adjustments the Cowboys made defensively or offensively after the running game was shut down. And, of course, the recipient of that, Kyle Brown, 20 of 26 for 388 yards and 2 touchdowns. He did throw his first interception since the McMurray game, only his second interception of the season, but he continues to be extremely efficient. And Dozie Ifeadi with 5 catches, Wes Douglas with 4, Chris Sims with 4, Noah Garcia with 3 receptions. We're getting ready for a performance by the Cowboy Band, so let's go down to the field. We pick up the HSU Cowboy Band as we continue here at halftime at Shelton Stadium. Cowboys lead at 37-0.
The Cowboy Band will be traveling to Washington, D.C. in May to perform at the National Memorial Day Parade. This will be the band's 7th trip to our nation's capital in the past 95 years. Led by drum major Faith Gaines, the band will now perform Hell Good Show. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's have some applause for your award-winning HSU Spurs dance team. Today, the Spurs invite you to enjoy a jazz routine to the song Brown Eyed Girl, played by the world-famous Cowboy Band. The Spurs are led by Coach Samantha Spieler and captains Chloe Cox and Madison Montemayor. This game's Spur of the Week is Rachel Masick. And a big hand for the Spurs and the Cowboy Band. Since 1923, the world-famous Cowboy Band has been hooting and hollering throughout the country and around the world. Led by drum major Fred Gaines, the Cowboy Band will now execute their signature cow step.
Performance by the world-famous Cowboy Band. I think if you guys are back in the studio ready, let's take a commercial break and we'll come back with some more halftime numbers. We're at halftime at Shelton Stadium. Our score 37-0. Hardin-Simmons leading Nelson University. You're watching Cowboy football on HSUathletics.com.
In 1990, after a 27-year absence, Hardin-Simmons University saw the return of football to our campus.
I guess we're keeping it right here as the Cowboys are in the lead at 37-0. Cowboys, kind of interestingly, you know, NAI has 24 scholarships. They can divide up any way they want to, where, of course, Division III has no athletic scholarships. Yet playing scholarship schools, have been no problem for the Cowboys. Since they went to the non-scholarship Division III in 1996, they've played 20 scholarship schools, and the Cowboys are 19-1 over that time frame. That one loss was to Division II Midwestern State back in '99. That may have been the as good a team as Hardin-Simmons ever had, and they didn't get in the playoffs because they were 9-1, which was they've expanded the playoffs since then. That was a travesty, quite frankly. But they've won 14 straight games, trying to make it 15 in a row, and this is the latest in the season the Cowboys have ever played a scholarship school. Games haven't been that close. In fact, only 5 of the 20 games have been by less than one score. The average score, where do they come up with these stats? The average score against the scholarship schools, Hardin-Simmons 46.2, the other school 16.8.
And that's one thing is as a former student athlete playing under Jesse Burleson, and I think every coach has their own pep talk to go into these scholarship teams. Yes, these type of NAIAs or D2s, D1s, they're offering off these scholarships and being able to get guys in better off their program. But one thing that head coach Jesse Burleson has always implemented is no matter what, never back down. And I knew that whenever I was playing here as a Cowboy, we played. At the time, it was Sagu. Now they're Nelson, and we played Sagu and Waxahachie, and I was a part of that 2016 game, and we also played several others throughout the 4 years that I was here. But one thing that Coach Burleson always said was, you can be D1, you can be D2, you can be D3, you can be NAI, but the thing is it's all about who we have in our locker room, who we have as a personnel, as a team. And I think that kind of translates back to that 19-1 against 20 scholarship teams is you go in, you play your hardest, and you absolutely give your best, and the score will tell you exactly how great your team is.
I'll tell you a story that probably you may not even ever heard, but in 1996, the first time the Cowboys were Division III, and they were playing their first scholarship school. They were playing Prairie View A&M, which is 1AA, which we know as FCS now, and they had the nation's longest losing streak. So that was getting all sorts of attention. Everybody thought this was going to be the game that Prairie View would break the streak. And I was a sports editor of the newspaper, the Everling Reporter News then, and I was getting calls, and a guy from the Chicago Tribune calls, and he's talking, wants to know about this Hardin-Simmons team, and he goes, well, this is the game that the Prairie View breaks the losing streak. And I said, I don't think so. And he goes, what is this non-scholarship? Have these kids ever played football before? And I says, you don't understand. These are all state players. The linemen are 6'2", 240 instead of 6'6", 300. The running backs run 4.5 instead of 4.3. I mean, these are great players. And so he couldn't hardly believe it. He thought he wanted. So I went to Coach Keeling. And I said, Chicago Tribune wants to know if your kids have ever played football before. I mean, he had no idea. Well, the final of that game, Hardin-Simmons 42, Prairie View 12. So the losing streak continued at that point. But I always remembered that. I was fielding calls from really all over the country, but the Chicago Tribune, he didn't know any idea what Division III was all about. And I think some people have learned since then. But I do think in the time that's happened, and now what are we, nearly 30 years now, 29 years since that the awareness for high school kids around and the appeal of the Division III has greatly increased when they see the success that Hardin-Simmons has had.
Not to make you feel anyway, but I was born in 1996. But
you're killing me, Smalls.
But the thing is D3, and that's one thing that if you're out there listening, as you're a recruit or if you're debating on, wherever you want to go, one thing about Division III football is there is a lot of talent. There's a lot of competition, and as you can tell, as the past 10 years that I've been a part of Division III football, is I have seen more Division I type of transfers go into Division III and absolutely play the hardest. And those are the type of the guys that end up in the national championship, or in this case, Hardin-Simmons. You're not seeing any of the Division I transfers back down, but look at this type of squad that Hardin-Simmons has, and that the development of the culture since Jesse Burleson has taken over, the legendary Jimmy Keeling, who we got to see at halftime, has taken over and absolutely dominated no matter if you're 6'1" as an offensive lineman or if you're 6'4", doesn't matter. It's the amount of competition level and the amount of greatness that you're able to put out on the game field.
Well, and the approach they've taken that here, this is big-time football. Maybe it's not 50,000 people in the stands, but it is competitive, and everybody loves success, and the Cowboys have had remarkable success, and here they are now. In fact, there are 49 teams. This is junior college, NAIA Division 1, 2, and 3 that play football in the state of Texas. There are 4 still without a loss. Texas A&M, Tarleton State, which is in the United Athletic Conference, which is FCS, same conference with Abilene Christian, Tyler Junior College, and Hardin-Simmons. Those are the only 4 out of 49 that here we are past the midway point of the season, still without a loss, and that's impressive. And, of course, the Cowboys certainly well on their way to their 7th consecutive win this year as they lead 37-0 here at halftime. I would venture to guess that you and I need to keep a close eye on our roster in the second half, because we're going to see a lot of different people in the ball game.
Yeah, and kind of piggyback off of that is it is so hard to continue a winning streak. You are playing competition week in and week out. There's all different types of recruiting techniques on different types of universities throughout, and being able to continue a 6-0 streak, and hopefully Hardin-Simmons can continue this to a 7-0 streak. And like you said, right now Hardin-Simmons dominated that first half, 37-0, 37 points on the board with the safety from the defense. And so right now you're kind of looking into that. All right, now let's just start to freshen up these legs. Let's get some of these younger guys in. Let's get them some experience. And now I think you're going to probably see a little bit of probably your first string type of guys probably going in on this first, second drives, and then you're probably going to see the freshman Ty Thompson coming in.
And, of course, and with the younger players getting to play, that sets the stage to continue the next year. And the Devo squad, the developmental squad, certainly today I had on our pregame show, we talked to Bodie Walters, offensive guard. He played on the Devo squad as a freshman. I said, were you ready for college ball as an offensive lineman coming out of 3A Marion? He said, no, not at all. I looked around. These guys are big, but he developed. He started 2 games as a sophomore. He started every game the last 2 years.
And that's one thing that I can testify on is I came in from a small, at the time it was 3A or Sweetwater High School. I started there, came into Hardin-Simmons, and I was behind. I was about 3rd string for the Saturday squad, and so I got to play the developmental squad for about 4 games. And then I still remember the talk that I got from one of the coaches. He's off in a Houston school now, and he looked at me right before the game, and he was like, "Hey, I just want you to know, if you continue to play the way that you're playing, you're going to end up on these Saturdays." And luckily or not, I got to end up on that Saturday squad. And I will say, playing those developmental squads is what absolutely prepared me for these Saturdays, because it's a whole different level.
Well, we are ready for the second half of this one. 37-0 Cowboys leading. We'll give you some more numbers of the first half in a moment, but Pedro Altamirano teeing it up at the 35-yard line. And the Cowboys in their purple jerseys today, kicking off, and the field at Shelton Stadium is bathed in sunshine now. The sun has popped out totally out of the clouds. Most of the clouds have moved off to the east, and we have a gorgeous, gorgeous day for college football. The second half is underway, and Altamirano kickoff will sail out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. So Nelson will have the ball. Judah Holtzclaw, the quarterback. The running back, Quentin Jones. Wide receivers, Deontay Sonnier, B.J. Clark, and Zach Fuller. On the line, Caden Grayson, Nathaniel Surley, Juan Nevis, A.J. Seals, Jacob Castoria. Dylan Lampier is the tight end. Cowboys defensively, looks like they will start out with Hayden Hayes, Caden. Now it looks like it would not be Caden. It will be Martins Arbasola. And at the other defensive end is, I'm trying to pick up who the number is at the defensive end on the right side. We'll try to pick up some different faces in. The Cowboys on first down give to Jones. And he is brought down. A nice tackle by Matt Pascucci. At 53 on the defensive end on the near side, trying to pick up the numbers. Yep, that is 53. That is Christian Ash, freshman, getting his first start. Of course, remember, Mark Champion has been the starter there and went down with the knee injury against Mary Hardin-Baylor. Jones with a nice gain out to the 32-yard line, so 2nd down and 3 for the Lions. Pass goes down the sideline, incomplete. The intended receiver was Zach Fuller. He had a step on Micah Henderson, but the pass was overthrown. Running back in the game that time for Nelson was Jared Dotson.
Great job there by Micah Henderson. Just looked like he was a couple of steps off and being able to flip the hips and just being able to get in front of that ball there.
So 3rd down now and 3. 3 receivers go out wide to the right. Everybody else in tight. Holtzclaw gives up the middle. And looks like that Jones is going to be stopped short of the needed yardage for a first down. And the correction, that was not Jones. That was their backup running back. Trying to pick up the number of the running back.
A little long hair there to be able to.
It's kind of like a girls' basketball game. It had the ponytail, and I couldn't see the number covering up the back of the jersey. I think it was Ladarius Evans, I think.
Yeah, it looks like Evans.
It is Evans. So 4th down and 1. It was a gain of 2 for Evans. Evans will get the handoff again, and he will be stacked up, no gain. They tried Evans off of right guard, and the Cowboys stack him up. A whole host of Hardin-Simmons players in on the tackle. Hard to give anybody credit. Cade Sink was one of them in there. Also in there was Matt Pascucci.
I think that was Chase Maxfield, number 40, defensive back, freshman.
40's Pascucci.
Was that 40?
Yeah.
Nope, I'm looking at the wrong roster.
1st and 10, the Cowboys take over at the 34-yard line. There's about 4 purple jerseys in on the stop. Kyle Brown in, gives on the shovel pass to Rodney Hall. Hall turns up to the 30, and he fights his way down near the 25-yard line. That's going to be close to a first down and maybe a little bit short. That's the 3rd time we've seen Hall run the reverse on the shuttle pass, the fly sweep, if you will, but it is a pass. And it's a 9-yard gain, brings up a 2nd down and 1 for the Cowboys. Garcia set to the left. Kyle Brown still in the quarterback. Sims split out wide to the left. Ifeadi to the right. They give us to Garcia. Garcia with the stutter step. Cuts in at the 20. Cuts into the 15. He cuts back to the 10, the 5, and touchdown. Noah Garcia. Did that little stutter step, froze the outside linebacker, and then it was just weaving his way in for the touchdown. A 26-yard run for Noah Garcia, and that was a thing of beauty. He might have scored in a touch game right there.
Yeah, as soon as Noah Garcia got past that line of scrimmage, and it was all him after that, being able to show off his quickness, showing off his little shuffle, it looked like, and being able to get in the end zone. Great job by Noah Garcia.
On to try the extra point kick is Pedro Altamirano. The kick is on the way. It is up and good. Timeout on the field with 12:47 left to play here in the 3rd quarter. New score, Hardin-Simmons 44 and Nelson nothing. Cowboy football here on HSUathletics.com.
The best tailgates start with the best beef. And the best beef starts with United Supermarkets. United Supermarkets, where we do beef the best.
That touchdown for Noah Garcia, his 3rd of the game. 2 running, 1 receiving. Set up by the fumble recovery, or the 4th down stop, I should say. And took over at the 34-yard line. Officially to go as a 25-yard run for Garcia. And the Cowboys lead it 44-0. Here's Altamirano's kickoff. His best one. That one cleared the back of the end zone in the air. The guy's got a leg.
He does, and it's great to see him over these past few games just being able to utilize that strong leg and get every single – I think I've seen one or two that he hasn't kicked out of the end zone, and so great job, All Toronto.
All Toronto we're so impressed with. But Aubrey, the kicker for the Cowboys, that may be the greatest leg I've ever seen in anybody. He's incredible, isn't he?
I'm saying, as coming from a soccer player and being able to come off of just coming in and just being able to kick some field goals, Brandon Aubrey.
Five over 60 yards so far. Wow. And now we've got movement on the line. Judah Holtzclaw claiming the Cowboys jumped off sides. Let's see if the officials agree. Elijah Lawton checks out for the Cowboys, and he's replaced at the nose guard by Martins Arbasola.
False start. Offense, number 75. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Quarterback on this side is Tate Butcher. On the other side, I believe, is Zaven Jenkins. It's on, the penalty is on Nelson, so it'll be 1st and 15 back at the 20. Holtzclaw throws deep down the sideline, and it is caught. The 25, the 20, the 10, the 5, and into the end zone, touchdown. Great catch.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be a dead ball fell with offsides on the touching.
On Hardin-Simmons?
Against Hardin-Simmons. I think that was Arabisola nose tackle.
Offside.
So the shutout is
defense.
Gone as
a penalty's
that
declined.
Pass play good
Result
for 80
of the play.
yards.
Touchdown.
Zach Fuller. Cowboys had pretty good coverage, and it looked like Colin Hill, the corner over there, reached up and tried to knock it away. Didn't, and a great catch by Fuller. And he takes it in for the touchdown. So just like that, Nelson on the board for the first time in the game. That took 5 seconds, that drive. And Cade Whitehead up to try the extra point kick. Low snap. He gets a kick up, though, and it is good. And so timeout on the field with 12:42 to go, third quarter. New score now, Hardin-Simmons 44 and Nelson University 7. You're watching Cowboy football on HSUathletics.com.
Each of us is born with a unique spirit deep in our heart, a resilient spirit that drives us to do better, to be better. We call it the Cowboy spirit, and it connects us all. Born of West Texas and rooted in Christian faith and values, this spirit is felt in our traditions, forged in our athletics, and fulfilled in our classrooms. We take capable students and transform them into skilled graduates who change the world. We are Hardin-Simmons University. We are Cowboys.
Well, that one play, 80-yard pass from Judah Holtzclaw to Zach Fuller was more yards than the Lions managed the entire first half. They get an 80-yard touchdown. So it is now 44-7. For the first time since the opening kickoff of the game, Whitehead will kick off for Nelson University. I keep wanting to say Southwest Assemblies of God.
Same here.
I've seen them play a number of times in different sports. Here's Whitehead's kick. High short kick near the sideline. Garcia will field it at the 9-yard line. Takes it back to the middle of the field. Looking for some running room. Breaks away from one man, but it will be tripped up at the 24-yard line. So Noah Garcia with about a 15-yard return. Cowboys will take over at the 24, 1st and 10. Let's see if the starters stay in as far as the skill position people in the offense, or whether Coach Jesse Burleson goes to the reserves. Look like Kyle Brown will stay in at quarterback, and Noah Garcia will stay in at running back. Chris Sims goes out wide to the left, and Dozie Ifeadi out wide to the right. So at the moment, the starters remain in the ball game. Brown will give to Garcia. Garcia breaks a tackle. He's at the 35. Cuts at the 40, the 50. He turns back upfield down the sideline and finally pushed out of bounds. Oh, the block was thrown by the tight end Woodley. And Garcia up the middle, then cut to the outside. He finally was pushed out of bounds at the 34-yard line of Nelson, and so that is a gain of 41 yards for Noah Garcia. Brown, quick pass comes out on the near side to Douglas. Douglas slips away from one man at the 30s, down near the 25-yard line. Going to mark him at the 26-yard line. That's an 8-yard gain on the quick pass on the line of scrimmage to Wes Douglas. Douglas actually ran into Sims, his blocker, and bounced off of him and turned it into an 8-yard pickup.
I think one new tight end that we've seen, the new one is Jeremiah Richard coming in, and so is Chris Woodley on this drive right now.
Man, Woodley was starting for the injured Christian Marshall today, but Jeremiah Richard into the game as well. It's time to give it to Henry. Henry outside breaks a tackle. He's at 25, and he's down to the 20-yard line. Well, Noah Garcia doesn't do it. Braylon Henry does. The 1-2 combination of the running backs. And now I think that defensive line is starting to get a little tired for Nelson as the Cowboys continue to pound it. That was a pickup of about 6 yards and a first down for the Cowboys at the 20-yard line.
Okay, it looks like the Lions are finally getting a little dose of what they kind of expected going in this game is a little bit of Braylon Henry, Noah Garcia downfield, so they're kind of getting a little bit of it right now.
Richard slips over to the slot back on the left side. They throw the screen pass back to Braylon Henry. Henry at the 15, the 10, and he will be driven out of bounds down near the 5-yard line. Well, we saw Henry get all the way to the 1 on a screen pass in the final seconds of the first half. Now he takes that one all the way from the 20 down to the 6-yard line, a 14-yard pickup on the screen pass to Braylon Henry. So the Cowboys have it first and goal from the 6-yard line. Still 10:38 left to play in the third quarter. And the Cowboys center Hayden Philpott was ready to snap it, and somebody hit him and pushed him back. Now are they going to say the Cowboys drew him offside?
Defense, number 91, in the neutral zone to make contact.
Several weeks ago, Hayden Philpott
half the distance to the goal, still first down.
Did that, and he a little exaggerated fall back. He said, it might have been a little acting.
I will say, those centers love to act just a little bit exaggerated.
If they have to do this with a goal penalty, it is offsides.
Sorry.
Encroachment on Nelson, so it'll be first and goal from the 3. The give is to Henry over right tackle, and he is into the end zone, touchdown. Braylon Henry with his second touchdown of the game, this one on a 3-yard run, and the Cowboys have scored on both possessions of the second half as they increase their lead now to 50-7. Altamirano will come in to try the extra point kick as the Cowboys continue to now, quite frankly, doing whatever they want to do offensively.
Exactly. They're getting the push on the offensive line. They're getting running backs down the field and just doing whatever they want to. They're imposing the will, which is one thing that Coach Jesse Burleson has always wanted to do.
Altamirano, the extra point kick. It's on the way. It is up and good. Timeout on the field with 10-12 to go. Third quarter. New score, Hardin-Simmons 51 and Nelson 7. It's Cowboy football on HSUathletics.com. We'll continue to keep an eye on, and Ty, help me out as we try to pick up a lot of new players to get in the game so we can get their name called. Altamirano ready to kick it off. After 2 possessions and 2 scores, I think the offense probably is going to have the rest of the afternoon off. We'll see what kind of substitutions they make defensively as well.
You would think that this is probably the time that Keegan Abels and Ty Thompson get some more reps.
And this is a kickoff out of the back of the end zone by Altamirano. So it'll be first and 10 at the 25-yard line for Nelson. The Lions came in with a record of 1-5 overall. The Cowboys 6-0. Cowboys are ranked 5th in the American Football Coaches Association poll for Division III. They're ranked number 6 in the Division III D3Football.com poll.
And Al, I don't know, I don't know what the opinion is on this, but do you see Hardin-Simmons continue to score points just for playoff purposes?
I don't think so. I don't think it really has a whole lot of bearing on it. In fact, I don't even know if this game will count toward that because it's not a Division III opponent. Holtzclaw rolls to his right, and the pass is out of bounds, incomplete, brings up 2nd down and 10. You know, actually what they will do is only take your games against Division III opponents. So like the win over Chapman as a non-conference D3 win, really important because that's a strong Division III program. So I don't know that the games against Louisiana Christian or against Nelson will really even count toward the Cowboys. Because the bottom line, you win the conference, you get an automatic bid, and it's all the regional rankings. But the amount of points, margin of victory, I don't think so, and I don't think it should count because, I mean, then you got people running scores up, and I don't think they want to do that.
Right.
This time they give the handoff to Jones, and he is wrapped up from behind. Great tackle.
I think that was Caden Roden.
Caden Roden came through. He was in the backfield about faster than Quentin Jones could get the handoff. But Caden Roden showing that great quickness out of the middle linebacker position. Tackles Jones for a loss back to the 14-yard line. Brings up now 3rd down and 15. New running back in the game replacing Jones. That is Jared Dotson. Man goes in motion across the formation from right to left. Holtzclaw back to pass. Steps up in the pocket, and he is tripped up from behind, dives forward. But give credit for that defensive stop to Elijah Lawton, sophomore defensive tackle out of Houston, out of Katy Tompkins High School. Gain of about 5, but it brings up 4th down and 10 for the Lions.
Quick note on Caden Roden coming into this game with about 35 tackles, and so far he's leading this game with 7 tackles. So finally getting over that 40 tackle mark this season.
Well, you realize he missed one game with that knee injury. I was afraid at first I'd heard that he might be out for the season. He came back one game later. Holtzclaw with the quick kick, the one-step kick. This time it checks up and is picked up on the dead run by Guy Powell. Powell still on his feet, breaks the tackle, the 50, the 45, down to the 40, down the sideline, and finally drug out by his jersey at about the 32-yard line. That ball was a short kick. It took a high bounce, and right in the middle of about 5 white jerseys, Guy Powell with no fear picks that thing up off the bounce, the dead run, spun out of one would-be tackle, and he turns it into about an 18-yard return down to the 34-yard line of Nelson. So a great field position once again for the Cowboys. We do see Ty Thompson in the game now at quarterback, so Kyle Brown's day probably done. Split out wide to the near side, Shamar Davis. Out wide to the near side is Rodney Hall. Braylon Henry is the running back. He'll get the handoff on 1st down. Henry fights forward, gets down to about the 32-yard line. He picks up 2 yards on 1st down.
Kind of anticipate this offense now with Ty Thompson in. We're probably just going to see a lot of running downfield, just eating up most of this clock. I mean, we still have 7 minutes and 55 seconds left in this 3rd quarter, so anticipate Braylon Henry, and probably won't see much of Noah Garcia left the 2nd half, but just see most of this running downfield.
Thompson's old high school teammate, Harrison Brockway, into the game at a wide receiver. Now the give is to Henry again. Henry plows over right tackle, and he has a 1st down as he takes it down to the 14-yard line. That is an 8-yard gain for Henry and another Cowboy 1st down. Of course, the first time Brockway caught a pass this year as a freshman out of Graham was from his old high school teammate for a touchdown. Harrison Brockway, you've heard us mention before, the grandson of legendary former Hardin-Simmons coach Jimmy Keeling. One of 4 Graham steers that came as freshmen here to Hardin-Simmons. Thompson back to pass, getting some pressure, slips away from one man, dives forward, He turns a would-be loss into about a 2-yard gain down to the 12-yard line. Down to, the 22-yard line.
Looks like one of Nelson's players losing a helmet there.
Yeah, that was Ronnie Murphy, defensive back, loses helmet. So he'll have to be replaced in the lineup for at least one play.
And it looks like the official is making Kobe Greeter leave as well.
So a couple of changes in the lineup. Out of the game for Nelson. 2nd down and 8 coming up for the Cowboys from the 22-yard line. 2 wide receivers, making 3 wide receivers to the left. They give on the shovel pass to Rodney Hall. Hall turns upfield. Cowboys have lived off that play. They've had a lot of success. That was probably the best that's been defended so far in the game by Nelson. But still a gain of about 3 yards to the 19-yard line. So it'll bring up a 3rd down and a long 4 needed for a 1st down for the Cowboys.
Now 3rd down for the Cowboys.
Brockway's in the slot inside Shamar Davis. Now Brockway goes into motion. And this time it's Thompson keeping as he faked the handoff to Braylon Henry, and Thompson carries it enough for a 1st down as he gets it down to the 14-yard line. That's a 5-yard gain and a Cowboy 1st down. Like you said, Ty Thompson touches it. It's a 1st down or a touchdown. Not always, but just about.
Yeah, and it's what a great pickup by Hardin-Simmons recruiting-wise, just getting Ty Thompson in here, getting these like we talked about the first of the season, the steer pipeline from Graham. Great players, Brockway coming in. What a great pipeline.
This time it'll be Braylon Henry getting the handoff, and he is stacked up around the line of scrimmage. Nice job defensively that time by Kobe Jeter, defensive lineman for Nelson. No gain on the play for Henry, brings up a 2nd down and 10. With still 5:18 to go in the 3rd quarter. Brockway checks back in as the tight end checks out for the Cowboys. Second and 10 for Hardin-Simmons. Thompson out of the shotgun. Quick pass comes out to Brockway. Brockway hit at the line of scrimmage and he falls forward, maybe gets a yard, and that's it. Well defended that time by Amin White.
Yeah, Amin White just being able to get off that Rodney Hall pass, or just blocking downfield, and just being able to shed a block and get a great great tackle there and set up this 3rd and 10.
So 3rd down, we'll call it officially 3rd and 9 after a 1-yard pickup on the pass to Brockway. Thompson looks back to the sideline for the play call. He's got Brockway and Davis split out wide to the right. Now wide to the near side is Micah Evans, sophomore out of Weatherford. Thompson back to pass. Steps up in the pocket, getting some pressure. Slips away from one man, but he's going to go down. He is sacked on the play. The sack credit to Aiden Sosa, 250-pound sophomore from San Antonio. So Pedro Altamirano will come in to try his first field goal of the game. Altamirano this season is 6 out of 7 on field goals. His longest has been 47. This one will be from the 29, so a 39-yard field goal try. Turner, the holder. And the kick is on the way. It is up, and it is no good, wide to the left. It's only the 2nd field goal miss of the season for Altamirano. Just hooked that a little bit, and it's just wide to the left. So the Cowboys failed to score for the first time in the 2nd half, and it will be Nelson to take over the Lions. We'll have the football at the 22-yard line, back to the original line of scrimmage.
It's Ty Thompson immediately getting the headset when he came off to the sideline. I think it's one of those deals that Jeff Whitehead is probably just telling him, hey, like right there, just at least just trying to throw that ball away. I think you're trying to do too much on your feet. Just at least just throw that ball away and let that ball go.
Holtzclaw, quick pass on the line of scrimmage is complete. And it'll be enough for a 1st down. A new good run after catch, that time by the receiver, Warren Wilkins. We have an injured Cowboy player. Trying to check some new faces in the Cowboys secondary. Looks like Zaven Jenkins is in a corner.
I think
Philip Myers is in at a linebacker right now. Brody McClure is in the ball game. 45. That is Sean Kazoo. Sean Kazoo, a freshman out of Mansfield, actually for Godley. Freshman played at Godley for former local football coach.
I think that
shaking up for the Cowboys.
Elijah Lawton.
The play.
Hobbling
Personal
off the
foul.
help of the trainers.
Face mask. Offense. Number 23. It'll be 15 yards from the
Brune
spot of the
Wright,
foul.
Speaking of Graham, there's another
Correction,
Graham
half the
steers into
distance.
the safety
Still first
now
down.
for the Cowboys.
And quick note here, that was a face mask offensive penalty against the Lions, Ladarius Evans.
So the penalty wipes out the short run, so it brings up a first down now and 20. The ball moved back to the 14-yard line. Hostclaw will send a man in motion, and we've got a flag, a stoppage of play, illegal procedure. Well, that one never got materialized. The Cowboys with just about all new defensive players in the ball game right now.
Offense.
Trey Irvin,
number 78. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
5-yard walk-off takes it back to the 9-yard line. Lions are going their own direction right now. They are first down and 25.
I was about to say they were picking up a little bit of momentum there, especially after that long run and getting it called back with a offensive face mask, and now illegal procedure backing them up 5. So they're going the wrong way, but they had a little momentum going in there for this drive.
Lucas Ragsdale, the defensive end on the near side at the moment for the Cowboys. Quick toss goes out to the running back, and Cowboys come up to make the stop. The running back was Jared Dotson.
And I think that was Callan Castles there with the stop.
Yeah, Kalen Castles, we mentioned earlier, had the fumble recovery. A sophomore transfer from Harding University. Gain of 3 yards out to the 12 brings up second down and 22. So Castles, the defensive end on the near side now. Back to pass, Holtzclaw. Holtzclaw flushed out of the pocket, being chased. And it's intercepted. Intercepted by the Cowboys. They get another turnover. Zaven Jenkins, wasn't it? 22?
It looked like it. And also Brant Potek just getting the pressure on him and being able to hit him as soon as that ball was thrown right here and then right there. Yep, that was number 22.
Zaven Jenkins. Backup defensive back gets the interception. The Cowboys force their 4th turnover of the game. And they take over at the 20-yard line. Leading 51-7. Ty Thompson remains in the game at quarterback. Down the handoff goes to new running back in the game for the Cowboys. That's Guy Powell. Powell gets the handoff. He's checked in for Braylon Henry. And Powell picks up a short gain. They mark him at the 17-yard line, so a gain of 3 on the play brings up second down and 7. There's a clock ticking down, under 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Ty Thompson remaining in the game at quarterback. Sends Brockway in motion. The give is still fake the handoff to Powell. Thompson keeping it, and he fights his way down to the 12-yard line before he is slung down by Trayshawn Ware. Good fake handoff. I was buying the fake, and keeping it was Thompson. So he gets to the 12-yard line, brings up third down and 2. And looks like we had movement on the line again by
Nope, they're going to
Nelson. They're going to call it a legal procedure
against Hardin-Simmons.
Apparently, they didn't jump on the neutral zone. The Lions were jumping around, and the Cowboys
Offense,
stood up.
number 79.
5-yard
penalty.
Probably when he stood up, that
it's still
became
third down.
a penalty on the Cowboys. So instead of 3rd and 2, it'll be 3rd and 7. That will move it back to the 17-yard line.
And I remember whenever they started making this rule, whenever I was playing, that you can jump as long as you wanted to, but as soon as that helmet crosses that line of scrimmage, I mean, you can jump according to, but that one right there, it looked like he was reaching over the ball.
Handoff is to Powell up the middle, and Powell is stacked up for very little gain. Lions claiming they have a football and a fumble. I haven't seen any signal from the official yet.
They're going to call him Lions ball? Nope.
No gain on the play for Powell, so it brings up a 4th down now. And so Altamirano will come in to try the field goal again. He missed one from 39 earlier. This one will be from the 24. This will be a 34-yard field goal try. Again, just a light breeze, about 6 to 8 miles an hour out of the northwest. Turner to the holder. The kick is on the way. Line drive kick. It is up, and it is good. Altamirano with a 34-yard field goal. And we have a timeout on the field with 12 seconds to go in the third quarter. New score, Hardin-Simmons 54 and Nelson 7. This is Cowboy Football on HSUathletics.com. For a 34-yard field goal from Pedro Altamirano, the former Clyde Bulldog. Now 7 out of 9 this season. That was from 34 yards. He is 3 for 4 this year in that 30 to 39-yard range. So he's been such a tremendous kicker this season, and his kickoffs are just like that one, out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. So Cowboys lead it 54-7. We will probably have one more play in the third quarter before we take a break and go to the fourth quarter. I never keep track, and I don't even know if when Coach Whitehead joins us, Ty, whether to know how many players they get into the game. Well, I bet it's going to be 80 or 90 they get to play in this game before it's all said and done.
I was about to say, and right now, the way that the score's lining up, you're getting later on in this game, just being able, like what we talked about coming into this second half, just getting these younger guys in, getting some new footage, and allowing them to get their feet underneath themselves.
On first down, Holsclaw will give the ball to running back. That's the backup running back, Dotson. And Dotson with a nice gain off a right tackle. Takes it out to the 34-yard line, a gain of 9 on the play. And that will be the end of the third quarter.
The end of the third
quarter. 3 periods of play from Shelton Stadium, the undefeated Hardin-Simmons Cowboys 54, Nelson University 7. You're watching Cowboy Football on HSUathletics.com. Second down and 1 now as we switch sides, and working from left to right or north to south will be Nelson University. Judah Holtzclaw, the quarterback, out of the shotgun. 3 receivers to his right. He will give up the middle to Dotson. And Dotson has the first down as he plows his way across to the 38-yard line on a 4-yard pickup. Continue to try to pick up who all new is in defensively.
Looks like we have Tate Butcher down here to the near sideline.
He got a start today for Keon House, who was fighting the injury bug. Micah Henderson still in the game at a safety. Back to pass goes Holtzclaw. Steps up in the pocket. He wants to throw deep, and it is intercepted. Micah Henderson, who we just called his name, leaps up and makes the interception. Cowboys, is that the 3rd interception of the game? That's a total of 7 for the season. That's Micah Henderson's first that he's had this year. And the Cowboys will take over at the 28-yard line.
And Holtzclaw coming into this game, he already had 8 interceptions and just tacking on 3 more. This Hardin-Simmons defense just, no matter who comes into the game, it's an automatic, just absolutely play lights out. And Micah Henderson coming up with a huge...
we just mentioned Henderson stayed in the game. He stayed in for one more play and gets an interception. Ty Thompson, a first down. Quick pass comes out to Brockway. Brockway makes a man miss, driven out of bounds on the near sideline. So he takes it out to the 41-yard line. That's a pickup of 13 yards and a first down for the Graham Steer connection of Thompson to Brockway. 1st and 10 for the Cowboys.
Don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure those are roommates.
I think they are. I think that's right. Handoff is to Powell. Powell around left in. He's at the 45, the 50 into Lions territory as he takes it down to the 41-yard line. An 18-yard gain for Guy Powell. So first down at the 41 of Nelson.
Even Hardin-Simmons bringing in Mason Bucci. Just a couple of new linemen on the field as well.
Thompson takes the snap. Quick pass comes out, is complete on the far sideline. Nice run down the sideline after reception by Micah Evans. This is a good drive for the Micahs. Micah Henderson with the interception, Micah Evans with the catch, and that's all the way down to the 24-yard line. That's 17 more yards. As Ty Thompson throwing a strike over on the far side to Evans.
We got a new running back in the game, Aiden Rios, the junior from Marion, Texas.
Thompson sets the club down. He's out of the shotgun. And the give is to Rios. Rios from Marion. That means he's an old high school mate of Bodie Walters, who we had on as a pregame from Marion. I asked Bodie, tell me where Marion is, and about 30 miles south of New Braunfels.
I was going to say, it's a little bitty town.
He actually was from a little small town, I can't remember the name of it, and went to school in Marion. So he's from a town smaller than Marion, but Marion's a 3A school. Gain of 1 on the play for Rios. Thompson back to pass, steps up in the pocket. Now he wants to scramble with it, slips away from one man, still on his feet, fights his way all the way down to the 14-yard line. Great second effort. He has a first down. He was hit around the line of scrimmage, just kept fighting, and turns it into about a 9-yard gain and a Cowboy first down at the 14.
It's one of those statistics that you kind of want to just see through the season, just how many, where he leads this nation on just first downs or touchdowns coming in.
Thompson back to pass. Quick pass comes out. It is complete. Shamar Davis. Davis on the reception. Cuts back inside and takes it inside the 10-yard line down to the 9, a 5-yard pickup. Davis, the senior, actually started, he's out of Midland Legacy, actually started his career at UT Permian Basin, played last year. He plays a lot on special teams as well, besides being a wide receiver.
We got Nick Chipper in here at tight end as well.
Thompson will give to Rios. Rios cuts inside the 5. He's still on his feet. He's into the end zone for his first collegiate touchdown. Aiden Rios, a junior squadman out of Marion, and I know that is his first collegiate touchdown. I don't even think we've called his name before. That is a 9-yard touchdown run, and the Cowboys add another score. They have topped the 60 mark. It is 60-7, and Pedro Altamirano in to try the extra point kick.
And I just called Nick Chipper's name. He was able to pick up a huge block there against Ronnie Murphy, just kicking him out and allowing Rios just to get downhill and get him his first collegiate touchdown.
Altamirano has a good snap. The kick is on the way. It is up, and it is good. Timeout on the field now with 11:16 to go in the contest. Our new score, Hardin-Simmons 61, Nelson 7. It's Cowboy football here on HSUathletics.com.
Our 60-year journey has been more than just selling cars. It's been about building relationships and serving others.
With our co-workers.
Our customers.
And community.
We formed a family that's driven by helping others accomplish their goals.
From working together to be the best we can be,
to helping you find the perfect vehicle,
and keeping you safe and on the road. We're proud to celebrate 60 years here at Era Ford. We're building a brighter future.
And we are now at 61-7, and you say, well, you get a blowout, and the great thing is lots of people get to play. And here's Aiden Rios, who we've never called his name, gets his first collegiate touchdown. And he's a junior. I assume he's probably played a couple years on the Devo squad.
Yep, and it's kind of like what we talked about earlier. It's just being able to develop as your time goes, and whenever your name gets called to perform. And Rios just taking the great opportunity there, and just what a phenomenal way just to get his first touchdown.
Low line drive kick. This will be fielded at the 6-yard line. Trying to take it around to the left side, looking for some running room. Nice return by him. The wide receiver, Gregory Guidry, finally driven down on the far sideline at about the 24-yard line. Low line drive kick. That time, Altamirano not wanting to kick deep against the what little north breeze there is with the low line drive kick. But it worked out well as Nelson starts at the 24-yard line. Again, picking up numbers that come in. Larry Smith-Bell into the defensive end. Sean Kuza, freshman out of Mansfield, into the safety. Mason Butcher, we've called his name before, into the defensive end.
I think that's Casey McDonald.
Holtzclaw, quick pass comes on the far sideline. It is complete to Jaden Crosby, driven out of bounds immediately. Straighton Hayes into the safety now for the Cowboys.
Ryan Johnson coming in, the freshman down here at the cornerback position.
See Brody McClure into the outside linebacker.
Stratton Hayes coming in at the safety position as well.
2nd down and 8 from the 26. Holtzclaw flushed out of the pocket, being chased from behind. And we finally driven out of bounds on the near sideline for Brody McClure. Being chased from behind, he could hear footsteps, was Larry Smith-Bell. He was just one step away, and wisely though, when Holtzclaw went out of bounds, he pulled up and didn't hit him afterwards. That would have been 15 yards. It's a gain of 3 on the play for Holtzclaw, brings up 3rd down and 5.
And another Graham Steer coming in, Bruin Wright as well.
Bruin Wright has gotten quite a bit of playing time on special teams and as backup safety. So 4 wide receivers go to the left, and now Nelson will take a timeout. I think there was a little confusion on what they wanted to do. They had 4 receivers out wide to the left right there, and immediately Jared Hutchins calling timeout. Hutchins in his 2nd season as a coach at Nelson is 5-11 so far, his record. Again, they were playing only 2 non-conference games on their NAI Sooner Athletic Conference. They opened the season with Mid-America Nazarene, which I believe is out of Kansas. Then they played Ottawa, Arizona, and Ottawa, Arizona is in the Sooner Athletic Conference. Now, the Sooner Conference is not just Oklahoma, obviously. Arizona, Arkansas Baptist, Texas Wesleyan, Panhandle State, Louisiana Christian, Wayland Baptist, Langston, and Texas College. That's a far spread out conference, isn't it?
It's a lot of travel there, a lot of miles in between those.
Ottawa, I think, is in Phoenix. Holtzclaw flushed out of the pocket. He throws over the middle. It is complete. Coming up to make the tackle for the Cowboys was Trey Irvin. Pass was completed to Jermaine Jones. And it's a first down for Nelson up to the 44-yard line. That's a 15-yard pickup. Good job by Holtzclaw that time to scramble away from the rush.
Yeah, it looked like Casey McDonald just being able to get some pressure there on Holtzclaw, and Holtzclaw just being able to get outside and get that ball away.
9:15 left to go in the ball game. Cowboys on top, 61-7. Holtzclaw back to pass. Getting pressure, steps up in the pocket, slips away from one man, still on his feet, and he will slide down at the 48-yard line. Well, this is kind of what we expected to see out of Holtzclaw, a guy who has had good rushing yardage in addition to his ability to throw, but the Cowboys have just kept so much pressure on him. We haven't seen much of his running ability in this one.
And as a 6'6", 225-pound quarterback, as a dual threat, it's a very dangerous quarterback to have, and right now he's utilizing his legs and being able to get this Lions offense a little momentum here.
He picked up 7 yards on that play to the Cowboy 49, so brings up 2nd down and 3. Holtzclaw sends a man in motion. Back to pass. Getting pressure. Lets it go. He's got a man open, and it is caught for the touchdown. Or did he go down at the 1 yard line? I think they may. Nope, they say touchdown. Low, late signal. B.J. Clark on the reception. B.J. Clark with the reception that will go as a 49-yard pass from Holtzclaw. He threw a pretty pass, and Clark had beaten the Cowboy cornerback deep in a one-on-one situation. And so Nelson has its 2nd score of the game. And Cade Whitehead will come in to try the extra point kick out of the hold of Jordan Walker. And the kick is up, and it is good. New score with 8:12 to go in the game is now 61-14. Hardin-Simmons leading Nelson. And again, a lot of new cornerbacks, new secondary getting to play. And there's a case that Clark started just beat the Cowboy corner deep that time and got a step on him, and perfectly thrown ball by Holtzclaw.
Yeah, it was, and it's one of those ones that Bruin Wright, who was the cornerback, or actually was covering Clark, it looked like he had a couple, stumbled a little bit, and Clark was able to get a couple of steps ahead of him and be able to get there, and looked like he was maybe down, but apparently from our angle, that was well into the end zone.
Well, the official took a long time, and he tumbled right at the goal line, and whether they were going to mark him down at the 1 or into the end zone, and finally he made the touchdown call. So it goes as a 49-yard touchdown pass, makes it 61-14. And the Lions, who were held to only 61 yards total offense in the first half, have put up some pretty good numbers, thanks to, of course, 129 yards of 2 touchdown passes that they've had in the second half. Of course, the Cowboys have played a lot of different people defensively. Here's Whitehead's kickoff. High end over end kick. It'll be fielded by Guy Powell at the 2 yard line. Powell takes it up the middle. Now it cuts to the right side, cuts back to the middle. And Powell showing a great burst of speed, goes across the 35 out to the 37 yard line.
We got 2 penalty flags down at about the 25.
You got to think that's probably a block in the back or a hold. Usually happens on kickoffs. No signal from the official yet. Flags were at the 25 yard line.
Return team number 82, 10 yards from the spot of the foul.
The
First down.
The Cowboys. So the Cowboys, instead of great field position at 37, will start all the way back at their own 15-yard line. And we see Kagan Abels, the freshman out of Hawley, the third quarterback utilized by the Cowboys today, comes in. Guy Powell will be his running back. Abels will give to Powell on first down. Powell applies his way forward and gets out to about the 19-yard line. So it brings up a 2nd down and 6 for the Cowboys.
And one thing for Hardin-Simmons, being able to rotate new guys in, getting some fresh faces, is that you're utilizing being able to put them on film and being able to critique what they're doing good, what they're doing bad, and be able to use that later on for the season. So putting them on film is a great thing for them right now.
Abels hands the ball to Powell. Powell makes one-man miss with a stutter step. Gets across the 20, and he's out to about the 21-yard line. Nice little stutter step to slip away from the first would-be tackler by Powell. And so it'll bring up a 3rd down now and about 4 needed for a first down for the Cowboys. So we'll see if Abels will go to the air for the first time. Of course, Kagan Abels, his mom and dad, both athletes here at Hardin-Simmons. Mitch, now the head coach at Hawley, played wide receiver for Coach Jimmy Keeling, and Amanda, his mother, played basketball for the Cowgirls. The give is to Powell up the middle. Powell with second effort. He's going to come up about a yard shy of the needed yardage for a first down. And the Cowboys will send their punt team in. And I believe for Caden Turner, this will be only his 2nd punt of the game, if memory serves me right.
This will be his 2nd punt of the game, yes, sir.
So 4th down and 1 after a 2-yard pickup by Guy Powell. Also a former big country athlete out of Bangs. Turner, and he put the foot into this one. He booms a high sparring punt. It'll be fielded at the 26-yard line. Trying to cut it to the outside, and no running room for Jaden Crosby. The ball popped loose. I think they already had it blown dead.
Great pursuit there by Aiden Kincaid, just being able to get his feet shuffled down and being able to set up a great shot there. But it looks like we have a Lions defender down.
Aiden Kincaid, of course, the senior from Abilene Wiley, who is the captain of the special teams, and he was on our our player interview a couple weeks ago, and that's after he had that sack on against Louisiana Christian on the low snap and the punter and sacks him for about a 20-yard loss. And he admitted that was probably his highlight. But, you know, you only get a few chances when you're a special teams guy to make that big play, and he did there. A nice tackle on that punt return, very short return. So it'll be at the 30-yard line where Nelson will start this possession. Dotson goes into motion out of the backfield. Holtzclaw rolling to his right, getting pressure, and he will just throw this one away. Getting some heavy pressure from the Cowboys, Colin Donnelly. Colin Donnelly, a freshman out of Elgin, Oklahoma, which also happens to be the hometown of Sports Information Director Chad Grubbs. He told me to be sure to mention him some point. Said we had a big audience following in Elgin. So thanks for listening in Oklahoma. My many drives up to Kansas and Nebraska have been by the turnoff for Elgin. 2nd down and 10. Holtzclaw with an empty backfield rolls to his right. Getting pressure. Now he will carry it out of bounds. Taken down again by Donnelly with an assist from Brody McClure. And they will mark him out of bounds at the line of scrimmage at the 30. It brings up a 3rd down and 10. With 5:26 left to go. Holtzclaw with the running back set to his left. 3 receivers out wide to the left.
A new defense tackle or nose guard in. number 95, Ethan Bard from Crum, Texas, freshman.
Holtzclaw back to pass. Flushed out of the pocket. He's going to go down. He's sacked. Cowboys got to him.
The name I just called.
Ethan Bard, you're exactly right. He had help from a couple other players, including Sean Kazu, excuse me, but give credit to who you just mentioned, Bard, with that sack.
I think DeMonte Carter, defensive end, junior from Dallas, coming in with a little bit of assist there as well.
So 4th down and 12. Holtzclaw back to punt. Short kick will be filled at the 40, bobbled, and just falling on it then was Rodney Hall. And here come flags. A couple players kind of mixing it up. That was Guy Powell, not Hall, 16 instead of 18. Was going to take off running with it, bobbled it, and wisely just fell on it at the 40-yard line after short kick. Let's see if they may call penalty on both teams here.
Personal foul. Kicking team, number 17. Personal foul. Receiving team, number 86. Those penalties will offset. First down.
I think that was a good call there.
I think so, too. There was a little mix-up for a moment. I saw one of the Nelson players immediately grab the guilty party for the Lions and push him away, make sure nothing further happened. So cooler heads prevailed, just a little mix-up, and the officials call offsetting penalties. Keegan Abels at quarterback. Is that Rios? Rios in a running back now, with 4:23 remaining. Abels will give to Rios. Rios trying to break it to the outside. He turns the corner. Can't quite get all the way out. Good pursuit that time by the Lions' Trayshawn Ware. So officially, there's no gain. Looked like that he did a good job of getting the corner turned, and then it was closed quickly. So officially, it'll be no gain. Brings up 2nd down and 10 for the Cowboys.
Just anticipate this Hardin-Simmons offense probably just continue to let this ball run it on the ground, run this clock out, and send this one home.
2nd down and 10. Abels at quarterback. Will give to Rios. Rios trying to go around left end. He breaks a tackle. He's at the 50. Look out. Aiden Rios at the 20, the 10, the 5. Touchdown. Aiden Rios with his 2nd touchdown of the game. Well, we've never called his name before today. We've called it twice for touchdown runs as he breaks that one all the way for the touchdown.
Yeah, Aiden Rios just being able to see some opening holes there, open it up by the offensive line, be able to get downfield, get into the box. But one thing that you would love to see is Kyle Brown just leaving his helmet on, just going out and celebrating with his teammates. It's great to see the sportsmanship and teammates that this Hardin-Simmons closely they have with this team.
Altamirano, the extra point kick. It is up and it is good. New score now with 3:31 left to play. It's Hardin-Simmons 68 and Nelson 14. It's Cowboy football here on HSUathletics.com.
To do my next.
20 up front.
First checking from First Financial Bank. Start your successful financial future today.
That touchdown run, Aiden Rios, 60 yards, his 2nd touchdown in the 4th quarter. The Cowboys continue to pour it on. They scored 37 points in the first half, now have 31 points in the second half, and lead it 68-14. Aiden Rios shows a pretty good speed when he got that past that first level of defense.
That should just tell you the quarterback room that Hardin-Simmons has is just opening it up for everybody.
Quarterback and running back room as well. You're exactly right. Here's a kickoff by Altamirano. Now trying to cut to the near side. There's some running room. And finally driven out of bounds on the near sideline. for the Lions on a nice return by Deontay Sonier. He reversed field. He got it all the way out to about the 31, 32-yard line. They'll mark it at the 32, where the Lions will take over with 3:21 left to go in the ball game.
At their own 32-yard line.
Got a number on how many yards at total that Nelson has?
Yeah, right now they're at looks like 245 yards total.
Still going to be another game under 300. That's what I was checking. It will be the 5th time this year they've held a team under 300 yards. It's time the give is to the running back. Whoa, a huge hit.
Big, huge
hit on the sideline by Sean Kazoo. Wow. Hit the running back, Jared Dotson. Everybody hops up fine. That was a big-time hit. 3-yard gain, 2nd down and 7. Man, I think I could feel that one all the way up here.
And you can see Micah Henderson just jumping up and down, just congratulating. That was a huge hit there by Kazoo.
New running back in the game. And a nice gain for Oscar Gonzalez. He has a near first down. Are they going to give him the first down at the 42? I believe they will. Say it's a gain of 7. First down at the 42-yard line.
And Kazoo, they're coming up with another big, huge hit there right about the first down yard line.
New quarterback in the game for Nelson. New quarterback is Elijah Bowman, junior out of Katy. Handed off to a new running back, Oscar Gonzalez, actually his 2nd straight carry. No gain on the play for Gonzalez. 2:17 to go. Maybe will be one more play before we get to the 2-minute warning, the 2-minute timeout. 2nd down and 10. I'm sure they're even going to run another play. 2:02, 2:01, and that'll be the 2-minute timeout. NFL says 2-minute warning. We say 2-minute timeout in college football.
It's the 2-minute timeout.
2 minutes to go in the game. Our score, Hardin-Simmons 68 and Nelson 14. You're watching Cowboy football on HSUathletics.com.
Game days are about more than football. They're about family, friends, and the community we call home. At Higginbotham, we prioritize people, protecting what matters most to you. From your home and car to your health, business, and employees, we're here with insurance, HR, and financial services to cover you on and off the field. Higginbotham. Higginbotham.com.
Well, 2 minutes remaining in the ball game. Cowboys lead it 68 to 14. And it'll be a 2nd down and 10 coming up. Again, Bowman, the backup quarterback, in at the moment for Nelson. Sends a man in motion. They give on the fly sweep. Trying to sweep around the left end is Gregory Guidry, and Guidry gets no gain. In fact, I think he's going to lose a yard or two on that fly sweep. Cowboys with good pursuit over there. I think among the others in on the stop was Bruin Wright. So 3rd down and 12 coming up after the 2-yard loss. Wright coming up from safety, doing a nice job to stop that fly sweep around the left end.
Great job by these Graham Steers just coming in as freshmen and just making a huge impact, not only on the offensive side with Ty Thompson, but also on this defensive side. Great job by these Graham Steers.
Give this to the running back, and nothing going there. The running back at that time was Ladarius Evans, and Evans gets a couple yards back to the 40-yard line. It'll bring up a 4th down and 12 for the Lions.
And like you said earlier, if Hardin-Simmons can make this stop right here, this will be another game under 300 total yards. Great job by this Hardin-Simmons defense, and it's one of those deals that we've continuously have harped on over this past season of how tremendous they have played, and a great job, testament to Craig Neese just being able to come over and take over from Zach Wilkerson from the past few seasons ago, and what a great job this Hardin-Simmons defense has put on.
It's the first of the half.
Nelson
Put on.
Jared
It's the first of the half.
Excuse me, Jared Hudson, the coach for Nelson, letting the clock wind down to almost zero on the play clock and then calling a timeout with 25 seconds to go. So I think they'll run one more play. Knowing
Nelson's second
if they don't
timeout,
get
one
a first
remaining.
down, it's 4th and 12. The Cowboys will then probably take a knee for one play. This game will be over.
Hardin-Simmons going on a 2-week road stretch. 2 big games coming up here, Al.
Yeah, with the start of the second half of the American Southwest Conference, they go to Brownwood to face Howard Payne next Saturday. 2 weeks to Belton to take on Mary Hardin-Bailey, then finally back home on November the 15th for the season finale, Senior Day, against East Texas Baptist. And, of course, the Cowboys 3 wins away from clinching an automatic berth. And they win those 3, they probably are going to have a first-round bye in the playoffs. 4th down and 12. Back to pass. Now scrambling and keeping it is Bowman. Bowman throws the pass out. It is complete. Down to receiver Warren Wilkins. Wilkins is tackled at the 35-yard line. That's a first down. Count of about 25 yards. They hustled the line of scrimmage. 9 seconds to go. Bowman goes back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. Wants to run with it. Being chased down, and he will be slung down by the Cowboys defender, Colin Donnelly. Donnelly gets the last tackle of the game as he stops the run by
the end of the game
for no gain as he was scrambling out of the pocket, and that's the ball game. Our final score, the Cowboys win it 68-14. In just a second, we'll be joined by Jeff Whitehead, the Cowboys offensive coordinator, as he does each week after the home games here, as the Cowboys improve now to 7-0, and the Nelson Lions fall to 1-6 on the season. The Lions will be at home against Wayland Baptist next week, while the Cowboys, as we mentioned, go on the road to face Howard Payne in Brownwood next week. And we're joined now by offensive coordinator Jeff Whitehead. Coach, congratulations. Great win, 68-14. Just all the way around, a solid performance by the Cowboys.
Oh, no doubt. Started off a little slow, drove it down and had the turnover, which is you just hate to see. But defense played so good for, the whole game, and we got more chances. And then we started capitalizing, making plays as the game wore on, and started really kind of threw it to open up the run, and then kind of got the run going later. So lots of contributors today, so really happy with the overall team win.
The one thing we commented up here, it seemed like they were really bound and determined to stop the run. And so you went to the pass and a lot of post routes, a lot of over the middle, and it seemed like the safeties were going up to play the run, and all of a sudden it opened up and you had so many big plays right over the middle.
Yeah, their style of defense, they were, what we call a bear defense. So they had 5 down linemen, 2 backers in the box, and even wanted the safeties to kind of sniff their way in there. So we talked about it all week that if that's what they were going to do, then to be ready for a heavy dose of throw game, and that's what we did. I think at one time we either called an RPO or a throw like on 22 or 23 plays in a row. So I mean it was a lot of confidence in our protection, a lot of confidence in our quarterback, a lot of protection in our confidence in our backs and receivers to make plays.
The defense holds Nelson to 277 yards. I believe that's the 5th time this season you've held a team to under 300 yards. In college football today, that's not easy to do.
Oh, those guys have done an awesome job. Craig Neese and Jake Freeman, Matt Mitchell, Logan Floyd, and all the guys that help them, and then especially the players, man. Those guys have done an outstanding job of being very dominant defensively. 277 yards doesn't even begin to tell the story. I mean, it was very, very dominant for, 3 quarters of the game, and, they got some trash yardage late in the game and things like that. But overall, I mean, defense was lights out totally.
129 of those 277 were on 2 pass plays, long pass plays where they got back past the cornerback. Meanwhile, your offense, 685 yards. total offense, and as you mentioned, the passing game opened up the run, then the run later. Kyle Brown, again, 23 of 29, 420 yards and a pair of touchdowns, and Ty Thompson comes in and plays well. Just all phases. Anybody you want to signal out, it looked like it's just a great team effort.
Yeah, I mean, one guy I really want to single out, and just because I think it's what Cowboy football is all about, is Aiden Rios.
Good point,
and,
yes.
He is a guy that has just stuck with us and just really, really gotten better and better and better, and he's earned the right to get carries on Saturday. A lot of guys in his shoes through a couple of years, it's the popular thing now to hit the portal and do this and do that, and that dude's just a Cowboy, and to watch him have success, you could tell how important he is to his teammates by the way they reacted on those scores. That's just, to me, that's what Cowboy football is all about. He's earned the right to help contribute on Saturdays, and that's exactly what he did today.
Well, good point. We had never called his name before. I had to look up in the number, and he gets a 9-yard touchdown run and a 60-yard touchdown run, and you're right. I think Kyle Brown was running down the field about as fast as he was to celebrate with him.
Yeah, I mean, just awesome. And the guy has just earned it through just his relentless effort in special teams and then the way that he practices. He only knows one speed. He's earned the right. To me, that's just what Cowboys football's been about forever, and I'm sure there's more guys that could be pointed out today of stuff like that. But, man, I am looking forward to hugging Aiden Rios' neck and just telling him that he's earned that. And to me, it's just what Cowboy football's all about.
Final question. Here comes the stretch run. The 3 games in the conference against the opponents you've already played before, beginning with Brownwood next week. How do you approach it when you're facing somebody for a second time? Because you've got experience doing it now from last year.
Right. Yeah, really the biggest thing that we've got to do is just understand that you're starting over again. It's just, nothing that's happened before matters, and that you got to go into it. Every team that we're going to play is going to have a little different way to try to attack us defensively, to try to stop us offensively, and things in special teams, and we're going to do the same. And next Saturday in Brownwood, we've got to be ready to play. Those guys are playing much, much improved than they were a year ago, and are giving everybody fits, and we've got to get ourselves totally ready to go and just take it one game at a time and enjoy this one, and then learn from it and keep going from there. But, yeah, I mean, it's just one game at a time, and really the first time you play, everyone's irrelevant. You've just got to take the next one as it comes and just really put the focus on us. Coach Burleson always says it's really all about us, and that's what we've got to do starting tomorrow.
Well, I know you always preach 24 hours to celebrate, so the next 24 will be pretty good. Nice win today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Jeff Whitehead, offensive coordinator, as the Cowboys win it 68-7. A couple quick numbers. Cowboys 685 yards total offense. They hold Nelson to only 277. Couple highlights. Kyle Brown, 23 of 29, 420 yards, 2 touchdowns. Ty Thompson, 5 for 5 passing for 39 yards. Noah Garcia has 73 yards rushing and a pair of touchdowns, and also caught a pass for a touchdown. Wes Douglas and Dozie Ifeadi both with 5 receptions. Chris Sims and Rodney Hall with 4 receptions each. Just a solid team performance. The Cowboys, ranked number 5 in the nation, are now 7-0 as they cruise today to a 68-14 win over Nelson University. Cowboys on the road next week at Brownwood, not back home until November the 15th when they face East Texas Baptist on Senior Day. Thanks for being with us. Have a great weekend. I'm Al Pickett for Ty Crane. So long, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Again, our final, Hardin-Simmons 68 and Nelson 14. Good afternoon from Shelton Stadium.